Very good morning to everybody. Welcome to one more day of the March board meeting. I hope that you all had a very good time yesterday in the afternoon. It was a very nice moment, and I have to thank to those who organized it from our team and from the ADA team. It was a very special moment, I think, for all of us. Not only because of what we have done, but also, or mostly because how much it allows the board to get together, people to know each other, and even the time that we had to wait for the bus was very interesting because it allowed, I mean, it was all planned. Don't think that it was a, it was all planned to make the board members stand together without any distraction and allow you all to speak, interact, and make connections. So I think it was really a very nice moment. Thank you to our team and other team for this excellent organization. And I think we needed it at the middle of the week, stop a little bit and relax a little bit and get together. But we are not done yet. We still have a long way to go until the end of this meeting. And today, what we have in our agenda is the presentation and update from the EIOC, from our Emerging Issues Committee. The presentation or update on the PI rollout and an update, if we may say so, I think it's a presentation to the board on communications. And this will be our agenda for today in the morning. And in the afternoon, we will have the executive session. So quite a different agenda from the other days, but also very relevant topics for our work and for the board as such. Vania, EIOC, we have very interesting topics in your presentation, some very interesting developments on the FTX failure, the ChatGPT, and the discussion on a paper on fraud. These are areas with evident relevance, which are clearly relevant for the Iesba. And it's very interesting and important that we take these examples and these cases and check them against the principles, the code, the standards, and see how much these standards are or could have been important if they had been considered. And even use these examples when necessary to show how important it is to have these standards and how relevant they are, and what could have happened differently in some cases if the ethics standards were to be considered. So thank you very much to the IOC for collecting these topics, these very interesting topics, and I'll give the floor to Vania to start presenting. Vania, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. We had very interesting period preparing for this presentation, so I would like to start by thanking Carla for all the material prepared and Ken for the support he gave us during our meetings in order to discuss the topics. We will have a very collective presentation this morning. I would not be doing that on a standalone basis, but Carla and Laura will also join us in presenting some of the topics, and other board members will be providing us with some up-to-date concerning their respective jurisdictions. The plan for today, next slide please, is for us to discuss mainly three topics, as Gabriela has already anticipated: the FTX failure that Carla will kindly walk us through. Then the topic of the moment, that is ChatGPT, that Laura will walk us through a demo so we can understand exactly what are our concerns about this so popular topic in the moment. And finally, we'll be discussing fraud before the board members are up to date. So without further ado, please, Carla, could you please start us with the FTX failure, please?
Thank you, Vania, and welcome. And Thank you everyone for your attention today. Last few days we had sustainability, so today we'll turn our attention to technology. Technology can change the world in ways that are unimaginable. Similarly, it is hard for us to imagine the arrival of those technologies that will fundamentally change the world we're used to. Over the recent years, you've seen crypto assets and the activities underpinning their use evolve into extensive, complex, and rapidly evolving ecosystem. It features a myriad of different activities and business models, each generating different type of opportunities and risks for parties involved. Apart from the news headline that we see in front of you, crypto is facing a banking problem, with 3 of the industry's crucial financial partners shuttering in the last week. So in that vein, you have heard Silicon Valley Bank, Silvergate Capital, Signature all closed, and each had distinct ties to the trillion-dollar market. Crypto-friendly venture capital funds and digital assets held cash with SVP, and which is now the second largest bank failure in industry, according to the media. Silvergate, which served crypto clients such as Coinbase and Kraken, also closed after a prolonged drop in customer deposit that began last year, along with a slew of financial issues. And in the same vein, we have seen growth in the crypto asset market that even prompted the UK government to publish proposal for crypto asset regulation to mitigate risks of a turbulent industry that in November saw collapse of crypto exchange FTX that you see in front of you, and which took 8 billion of its customer monies with it. Crypto asset markets continue to develop with increasing pace and complexity, but this is an emerging sector, and with any emerging technology, it brings with risks as well as opportunities. There has been recent investigation that enforcement cases in various jurisdictions, if I may take the time to just name a few of them. The wire fraud and insider trading cases relating to emission of crypto assets and trading venues in North America, money laundering cases connected with use of crypto mixing services in Europe, and fraud charges brought against certain actors involved in the operation and collapse of Terra Luna token in Asia. Ongoing turbulence in crypto asset market has highlighted the risks with the high-profile collapse of firms such as FTX, having widespread implications for global crypto asset markets and investors. These issues are further emphasized by recent events surrounding the failure of FTX, which led a widespread and ongoing implication for crypto markets and prices, continuing the failure of another crypto trading and lending platform, which is the BlockFi. FTX failure has underscored important questions around conflict of interest, market conduct, and operational resilience. It has also demonstrated that integrated business models, which is currently prevalent across the ecosystem, can result in complex and sometimes reinforcing risk profiles. We have included several references to articles as per agenda item 6C and 26G in reference to FTX failure. Now let us unpack some of these alleged or observed failure of corporate controls. Number 1, compromised system integrity and faulty regulatory oversight abroad, meaning lack of independent review of transactions, appropriate mechanism to record spending approval. For example, in the media, it was recorded that the transactions were approved on FTX platform via an emoji. I don't think in any of my accounting background that have come across transaction where it is okay to approve transactions via the emoji, and that be okay for the auditors to pick that up and say it's okay with a smiley face. Misappropriation of customer assets. While the case is still being trialed, there is question where did the $8 billion of customer asset went to. That comes to the question of competence of individuals responsible for producing the financial information. There's been several observations of individuals that was charged with producing this financial information, while there has not been extensive research into their resume, but it begs to question how an individual thinks it's okay to prove transaction with an emoji. competence of individuals responsible for auditing financial statement organizations involved in cryptocurrency trading, which brings me to the next slide. Agenda items 6H and 6I speaks directly to the last point, which is about assurance over crypto assets. Based on the presentation of alleged failure of corporate controls, we at the EIOC drew some dots and looked at some of the potential breaches in relation to ethical issues relating to PA in business. It begs the question whether these professional accountants had complied with the fundamental principles of integrity, professional competence and due care and professional behavior. There was also a lot of reports about the myriad activity of related party transaction in the financial statement of FTX, which amounts to 1.2 billion of related party payable and receivable, and yet there was no disclosure of who these related parties are. So in terms of breaches to the code, that was there a conflict of interest as per Section 210. Section 220 of the code, preparation, presentation of financial information. Although these financial statements were audited, we have no insight into how this information was prepared and how the auditors have validated some of this information. It also begs the question, were some of these individuals subject to pressure to breach a fundamental principle? Were those charged in governance were in cohort with some of these related parties in terms of having these transactions approved? We also looked at the role of PAPPs or the auditors. On the other side of the fence, we tried to understand what could have been potential breaches to the code that affected the individuals, organizations that was involved in auditing the financial statements. Again, in the same vein, were they in compliance with the fundamental principles of the code? Were there potential advocacy issues from auditors' conducts and actions as they were signing off on the audit report on FTX? Were there conflicts of interest? Were these auditors also involved in providing other services to FTX? As we have seen in some of the publication in the media, FTX had a range of entities that sat underneath the main parent company, and some of these entities were being provided services by the auditor firm themselves. Then the question comes to Section 360, whether the auditors were faced with circumstances that could have been perceived to be non-compliance with laws regulation. We don't know. It is some of the potential areas that we thought could have been breaches of the code. As the case is currently being trialed, information will come forth and we'll find out if there's been breaches of compliance with NOCLA. To sum it up in terms of discussion that we had at the CAC last week, they were in agreement of all the potential breaches that the EIOC presented in terms of breaches of the code. They were concerned that the escalation of the scandals will have a bad effect on the reputation of the profession. They're concerned about the competencies of individuals and these organizations providing audit and assurance services for crypto assets and custody of crypto assets. And there's also a concern with continued public perception that the profession is not addressing some of these scandals when it comes to technological advances in a timely manner. That brings me to a good point where I'll pause to see if members have any matters they'd like to raise in terms of some of the matters we raised in terms of FTX failure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla, for this excellent presentation and for challenging us with these very provocative comments and considerations about what could have been different should the ethics code have been followed or considered. This is really a timely analysis of a very recent scandal, which should raise our attention. Board members' comments are very welcome on this. We had an interesting discussion during the CAC, which Galen can confirm. But the discussion here will be very welcome. And I see Mark, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's, you know, it's a fascinating thing to pick through. I have to say, for the record, I'd be quite happy to approve things with an emoji. It might sort of bring some brightness and colour into my day. Like the really interesting thing for me is that your analysis of all of the potential breaches of the code, I absolutely agree with, but there's almost a sort of big red light as well that comes on, which is you're dealing with an entity which either accidentally or deliberately operates in a way outside of the scope of the code. So, for instance, in the FTX example, there was no CFO, there was barely any finance staff, and that's in an organisation that supposedly was looking after $16 billion of assets in the interests of account holders. And it sort of makes me wonder that in addition to all of the ethical issues that you've raised, is there a need for some sort of red light test, which is if something is structured in a way that clearly is outside of the scope of the code, do we need something that is a sort of almost like an additional warning for professional accountants about, you know, you go in here at your own risk sort of thing? And it's a bit like the sort of, I sort of see it as a bit of a parallel to the ISAs, where you've got that foundation test about, do you meet the preconditions for an audit? If you don't meet these conditions, you can't accept it because, you know, if there's an unreasonable limitation of scope by management. And I wonder whether there needs to be a similar sort of question and a similar sort of provision within the code, because, you know, the analysis is all absolutely spot on, but there's this sort of big sort of elephant in the room that exists even behind all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Jens.
Thank you. Thank you, Carla and Vanya, for this very interesting approach. And I'm just thinking about cases you all know also from my jurisdictions, and there's some parallel in it, and it's the weak corporate governance structure. And it's something, Mark, you have highlighted, this connectivity between weak structures where some processes, some ethical baselines are not met, and this connectivity to our work, I think that is something I would like to echo. So corporate governance, the auditor, the accountant, part of the corporate governance, in which role ever the accountant is there, whether it's advisor or assurance provider, I think that is, in the standards, it's mirrored somehow on a high level, but these cases are showing that it is still a factor which has to be more concrete, discussed in this environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if this situation has given to such a big size incident, given a sort of systemic fragility. You spoke about the organization of this firm. You spoke about some deficiencies from the audit. I heard also about structuring the activities in territories which might be out of some reach, but it's also a sort of underlying the subject matter is new, and if I understand well, the regulation was not applying or was not made sure or was not inexistent, I don't know. And so we have a lot of elements concurring to a potential failure. My thinking was that at a small size, you can start with new products, with new innovation, etc. But when it gets to such a big organization, I wonder how it comes that no one stops it before having a clear view on what's going on. So it seems to me to be also systemic. Maybe some very bad ideas in terms of organization and organizing incompetencies, but also something quite in the system. And I was connecting that to new technologies. I'm sure Laura will talk about that, but also with when you don't have a complete framework like we will have for some time in some jurisdiction in sustainability information, we might have also big failures, not of the same kind, of course, not comparable, but to me this framework deficiency is very dangerous.
Thank you, Christelle. Indeed. Chana.
Thanks, Chairman. My understanding is that this was structured as a private company. And so, in a sense, they were trying to be out of the regulatory reach. And maybe it is even private companies, when they get to this size and collecting money from investors, the regulators maybe should look at it. I mean, I saw some stories that there were like 10 people sharing a penthouse apartment somewhere. And so it seems like bad actors have got together and there has not been any control over what occurred. And I'm not sure that that's like a fundamental issue with our code, but I mean, maybe as Mark says, we need to maybe consider some introductory material, but I think it's a regulatory failure of the jurisdictions rather than a fundamental issue with our code. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chana. Songnam.
Thank you. I noted in particular two things. Firstly is in relation to PAIB. I'm really surprised that the auditors Twitter approvingly sending more messages in response to FTX CEO's testimony in the House committee. So I believe this is not, it shouldn't have happened, but in any way, PAIB still have shown bad behavior or reckless behavior. So we need to keep that in mind in developing our code. So we need to look back our code in terms of any improvements needed. The second observation is about the misuse, or I think it's a little bit of tendency of bad actors misusing ISRS 4400 in relation to agreed upon procedures engagement. Our code currently doesn't have any ethical standards about this engagement, even though IWSB standards what just mentions relevant ethical requirements. So I believe there is a certain tendency among the auditors urging them to use ISRS 4400 engagement, AUP engagement, to give a favorable opinion or response toward clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonam. Very interesting. Paul.
Thanks so much, and just appreciation to the team for the quality presented. If anything, it just flags in our mind, running from the comments from others, does this need to start influencing the way we are approaching the PIE definition and application conversation? Because the more we start seeing potentially small entities having such huge impact on the financial system, does it inform the way we need to think about the PIE definition in our code? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Christelle and Songnam, I don't know if you want to speak back. Galen, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's important to recognize at this point we're dealing with allegations. So a lot of this has not been adjudicated, and we need to be careful about how we refer to third parties in a forum like this in any other context. But there are some things that come out that we do read in the Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, and it seems like the relationship with the outside accountants is very questionable. I would call it cozy. We see instances where there's a aspect of partnering with your client, which is a concern of this ethics board, and that ran all the way through. And as I pointed out in the CAG meeting, and it goes back throughout my career, that when we're the independent auditors, it doesn't matter what our firm is doing. It could be preparing a tax return, a compilation, a review. We're the auditors, and they look at it as if we're doing an audit. And so if you look in those materials and you see this proof of reserves, I think it's called, which I had sent in to Vanya, that's how the client perceived it, and perhaps the public perceives there was an audit being done. There wasn't an audit being done. There was no independence being followed, as Sunam points out. In fact, there wasn't even an opinion or a conclusion, and yet it's called a proof of reserves. Well, I mean, that in and itself is misleading and a violation of the code, at least on its face. So, I mean, we're all appalled by this, but again, it's early on, and I think we do need to wait and monitor these types of things very closely. And I think that's an important role of the EIOC.
Thank you very much. James, I see your body language. Do you want to say something?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just thinking about, it's not the case, but I think the circumstance, and this conversation has made me reflect, and I heard a lot of reference of bad actors and bad intentions, and in crypto, I guess I have to use the term the greed and fear index, and I'd probably say you're in the greed aspect. And whether it's accountants or others, I actually think it's not necessarily deliberate bad intentions, but you get into the greed environment, and it's the last thing you're thinking about is the code of ethics, and the last thing you're thinking about is the list of factors that might impair your independence. So one of the mechanisms that the profession and other related professions require, and that's why they have CPD annually, especially ethics requirements. But I wonder if there's an aspect within the code that encourages PIBs to create mechanisms that prior to an engagement, prior to, or semi-annually, but something where you run through this list. And this is a very good reminder of a list. And often individuals will sign handbooks or something which say, I remind myself of aware of conflicts, aware of custody rules. You run through the requirements. I always recognize that even in engagements, acceptance, they say you'll comply, or you're asserting to comply with relevant ethical requirements. But really, we don't go in enough detail just to remind people of the the action. So it's the application of thought and the reminder. So I'm not sure how to bring that into life, but I don't think it's necessarily ill intent. It's the fact that PAVs need to apply their mind. And in environments like this, the last thing I think individuals do in the circumstances is apply their mind. And I'm not sure if the code can encourage that or there's a bit of a narrative, but it's an organizational responsibility, I think, to start putting in mechanisms, as the profession has on an annual CPD basis, just to put the reminders out in front of it. And that may help avoid unintentional behavior, or at least an oversight of their responsibilities. Thanks.
Thank you, James. And Mark.
Thank you. It sort of makes me wonder whether it's worth doing an exercise to determine whether or not there is some non-authoritative material that could be developed, because there are clearly some criteria that sort of butt up against some of the questions that the EIOC has prompted us to think about. So an example of that might be, obviously the code is very clear in terms of professional competence and due care. One of the factors that impacts on the ability to discharge that might be a situation where an entity sort of grows exponentially very quickly. And I wonder whether, you know, sort of in response to some of this, that there is almost a sort of an article, a reminder that here are some things to consider. Because if you're there looking at an entity that sort of goes from 100 million of turnover to, you know, 10 billion of turnover in the space of 2 years, you might have considered that you went into this with the best of endeavours, but you sort of lost sight of it. And I wonder whether it would be helpful to say something in that respect. I'm not saying sort of go and write it, but I'm sort of saying, is there a case to say, is there a good reason to write something? And that might be the sort of example that could hook it.
Thank you very much, Mark. I don't see anyone else. Vanya, before I provide also some comments, do you want to wrap up, take any conclusions? Or Carla?
I would just like to call attention to some points that many of them already mentioned that I feel they are very important. Yes, and it was a private company, so it was not required to present financial statements. But they took the initiative of doing so and used that as a propaganda. We are not required to, but we do have financial statements and they are audited, and so we are pro-transparency. And we do not know how many of those clients that Mark mentioned that were the reason why the revenue of the company grew so exponentially was not exactly due to the fact that investors looking for an opportunity went to a company that theoretically was more transparent because they had financial statements. When the CEO resigned, the new CEO came public and told that the financial statements presented were completely invalid. They did not reflect at all the financial position of the company. Despite that, the two companies, the two accounting firms that were involved stayed by their previous opinion because they had so many conflicts of interest, apparently. When a parliament tried to discuss the possibility of regulation, the chief executives of the accounting firms went by tweeting, proclaiming themselves against that. So where is the independence here? So what we are stating is that this kind of situation put the credibility of our profession under discussion. And if the market starts doubting the quality of financial statements or auditing of assurance, the reliability of what we do is also be put under discussion. That's why we think it's so important for us to have this kind of topic here being discussed.
Thank you, Vanya. I agree. I think it's important, and I was listening to the comments very attentively, and it brought a few things to my mind as well. First thing, on the opportunity of this presentation and of this provocation, I would say, to this board, to try to figure out what it means, if anything, for us as an ethics board member. I think it's more than opportune and necessary. We may come to the conclusion that we have nothing to do with that, this is not for us, or that there are a lot of problems that we couldn't have solved. It's okay. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the conclusion, but even if we come to the conclusion, challenging ourselves and the standards and the capacity that we as a board have or do not have to address some problems which exist and are relevant, it's always something that we should not refrain from doing. Now, from the comments around the table, I think it is clear that there is a clear perception that probably the main problem was a corporate governance problem, the way the company was structured in terms of their corporate governance dynamic structure, etc. And therefore that it is not necessarily immediately a problem that had to do with uncompliance or disregarding the ethics code. This seems quite clear that there were corporate governance vulnerabilities. Mark mentioned that they did not have a CFO. I don't think that we know enough about this company yet to be sure about what it was. But one thing seems sure is that there were a lot of fragilities. China mentioned that this is more for the regulators to look at because there is something failing here. And well, here I can bring my former experience as regulator, and I can tell you that these kind of problems are really a problem for the regulators as well, because they have no powers on these entities, and they see things happening around, trying to cope with them without necessary powers to do whatever may be. So we mentioned corporate governance, we mentioned regulators, and then there is this thing. What is the responsibility of auditors or accountants, if any, in this kind of cases? And I understand comments that were made, like this was a private company; they were not required to make a financial statement, to present financial statements. There was no report. This is truth, and we should separate the waters and see where the auditor had a formal responsibility or not, or the accountants. But I also think that without taking any consequences from what I'm going to say, we as a ethics standard board should avoid digging into our own trench and saying, well, this is for the auditor should have done this or not. I mean, there is more that there is an helicopter vision on these problems that we should keep, even knowing that most of the times or sometimes there is nothing that we can take out of it for the auditor's responsibility, formal responsibility, or for the accountant's formal responsibility. All that is happening around, all these developments, this discussion around the table, I think clearly raises the need for us as a standard setter, but also for the professionals to have a wider vision of what's happening around, even if their responsibilities are very clearly defined, and they are not requested to go beyond that responsibility. That idea that all of us within an organization like this has its responsibility in identifying the gaps and addressing them, I think it's important. Now, with respect to the ethics code, does it trigger the need to change anything? I think that there were two interventions here saying that, well, probably we should think about the PI definition, and Sungnam made a good point about the relationship with the ISIS. I'm not sure. Of course, it's not the time now to think about it. Paul, I think that this is also not the time to speak about, but just in a nutshell, with respect to the PI definition, it has been subject to a very relevant and strong and robust revision recently, as we yesterday mentioned. But the point is that it is open to jurisdictions to identify entities which, depending on their systemic relevance or impacts, or depending on the problems that they may raise, etc., the jurisdictions may include other entities in the PI definition. Like we heard in Dubai, they decided to go beyond the definition of the code and include other entities. So it is open I'm not saying that this one should be included or not. Of course, it's not my role to say that, but the PI definition that we have nowadays, it's enough flexible, if I may say, to say these are the ones that must be considered as PI, but then there is room and flexibility for the jurisdictions to say, according to our best knowledge and understanding, these ones must also be considered like that. So, this exercise of comparing or confronting or testing what happened against the ethics standards is very interesting. Even if we come to the conclusion that in this case, concretely, there was no formal need to follow the code because they were working outside this space, as Mark mentioned, I think it is worth thinking about how much these ethics standards could have been relevant and useful for this purpose, should this entity be, or the people working for this entity be included in the scope, which by its turn raises, again, the question of the scope of the code and how much it should be or could be used as a benchmark or whatever for other similar circumstances. And I'll stop here. And if there is no other comment, I don't know if Robert, do you want to say anything, or do you want to speak at the end of the presentation?
No, nothing to add at this point. Thank you, Gabriella. It's a good discussion.
Thank you very much. Oh, Ken.
Thank you, Gabriel. I think we probably could spend the whole day talking about this case if we wanted to. I mean, there are so many potential issues that we could share reflections on. I think we can all agree that what's happened in the case of FTX wasn't just because of one reason. We know that it was a confluence of events and circumstances, lack of regulation, inexperienced senior management team, no corporate governance to speak of. I think it's been well reported in the press and so forth. So there are a number of reasons that I think eventually the world will get to the bottom of, because this case will be analyzed to the nth degree. There are numerous lawsuits, etc. So it will be documented in very intricate details and so forth. So we will learn all of what happened. I think the question for this board is, what is it that Iesba could have done before this situation essentially exploded onto the global scene? As James mentioned, it was a bit of the Wild West. Everybody was rushing to try to cash in on the easy way to get rich, as many would say, and we can well visualize sort of the gold rush of the a couple of centuries ago. But I think there are a couple of things we need to bear in mind. First of all, we should not call those issues breaches, because we don't know. Once we do qualify our reference to those issues as potential breaches, I think these are really, at this point in time at least, perceptions of potential ethical issues. So we don't know. But that said, there are sufficient indications that a number of ethical aspects or dimensions came into play in this case, albeit with the benefit of hindsight, and it's always easier when we look back than when we look contemporaneously or prospectively. But it comes down to the question of what this board could have done while this was going on, this gold rush, and whether the board, maybe to Mark's question, whether the board would have found it in the public interest in a way, not so much to try to set new standards because the code is already here, but as a matter of the public interest to try to raise, let's say, the orange flag. You know, if one were to think about, you know, a series of colored flags. You know, you start with green, maybe yellow, orange, and then you get to red. But at least elevate the level of alertness to individuals who might be involved. And you know, there may well have been accountants, professional accountants, who might have been involved in one way or another in their dealings with FTX or within FTX. Firms, certainly. There were auditors. FTX wasn't regulated in any way, so it was all private engagements. So there were auditors that were involved. And therefore the question is, and is it a question of relevance to this board? Would it have made sense in the public interest in that respect for Iesba to try to come up with some sort of alert to the market, to firms that might be involved in one way or another in the situation, and that perhaps might have merited some reflections at the time, but that also would have to be weighed against the board's priorities and capacity to respond and so forth. So it will come down to that as well. But that is a question that this board will, I suppose, should reflect on. And I say this maybe also in the context of what we're going to talk next, and that is the development in relation to generative artificial intelligence and what is happening to ChatGPT and so forth. And you know, if you were to do a bit of an analogy, maybe that's the next gold rush, you know, because that's where a lot of capital is being deployed, you know, to try to cash in on a lot of investor interest in that sort of new system. And as we will learn, there's been so much take-up of ChatGPT and similar systems to try to, you know, for companies to try to get competitive advantages and so forth. So the question I come down to again is more for this board to reflect on, you know, when these cases are happening, and before we get into a big scandal, what can Iesba do, and should Iesba do anything for that matter?
Thank you very much, Ken, for challenging the board in that respect. Chana, you still want to speak?
Thanks, Gabriela. I was reflecting on your comment about do we just put our blinkers on and say it's nothing to do with us because there was no professional accountants, CFOs, and so on. And I was sort of thinking along the same lines Ken just raised, and whether we do some sort of article in a similar vein to as that article we did on COVID, as the pandemic wanes, things to look out for, because we are coming. Currently, there was a lot of cheap credit, and now the interest rates are going up, and you know, that's going to cause some business models to crack. So we could weave in a few topics, and whether FTX, something like that, poor governance, weave in a few topics and do an article in the similar way into the COVID one came. So just a thought.
Thank you for that suggestion, because what I see from your comments, from Mark's last proposal, from what Ken said, is that there is the feeling that we probably should at least reflect on can we do anything? Should we do anything? And again, I'm sorry for getting back. I usually don't do it, but using my former experience in this kind of situation as securities regulator, what we, and when I say we, was most of the securities regulators, was this perplexity, like this is happening, we are seeing investors being hugely impacted, but we don't have the powers. So I had part of my people saying, but it's not with us, we can't do anything. We regulate and supervise regulated entities. So we can't do anything. And this was going against my and other people's feelings. Shouldn't we have a role to play? And so we went a step beyond, and the step beyond was like, yes, we can't go, we can't sue them, we can't do anything against them, but we can at least alert people against the risks of investing in this kind of companies. It was a little bit controversial because it was the regulator going beyond its powers, etc., but it was working. I'm not saying that we have to do the same. What I'm taking is, for instance, not to exclude the others, but Mark's, Jana, Ken's comments about what can we do? Can we do something? And this is, I think, the important conclusion of this very interesting discussion for reflection and consideration. Should we do anything? If yes, an article, some non-authoritative material, whatever it might be, on the concrete case or more broadly about similar cases and similar situations. Food for thought. I think we are not going to conclude now, but I'll leave it to the EIOC firsthand, but to all the board members to come up with good suggestions and considerations. Oh, Felicia, sorry, I hadn't seen your badge.
Thank you, Chair, and also reflecting and listening to the conversations. I know I'm part of this EIOC, but the issue at hand does not only look at Iesba. I think it's more one of those things that we need to coordinate with other IFAC standard-setting bodies. I would imagine if you are looking at auditors being in the spotlight, that would also be in the interest of IASB and also Iesba by ourselves. I don't know how we can also make it in a way that maybe it's much more coordinated, and if it's maybe a paper that has to be issued out, maybe there's a bit of coordination so that it reaches a bigger audience than Iesba would do. It's just food for thought, but I'm not sure it would work, but I believe that it's something that it concerns not only Iesba, but also other standard-setting bodies. In that same vein, I think it's something that we could think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Call for coordination, which is also always important in these areas, because as we can see from this discussion, nobody can go alone to try to solve this problem. This is a more complex problem than something that can be solved by one standard setter or one regulator or one legislator. So thank you very much for this very interesting discussion, and I'll now give the floor, I don't know, back to Vanya or, Laura, very welcome. Laura Friedrich, very happy to see you with us, and very thankful for the great contribution that you gave and give to the EIOC and to our work. So I'll give you the floor back. The floor to you to present on this ChatGPT issue. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Gabriella. Can everybody hear me okay?
Very well, Laura.
Perfect. So, Vanya, I think you were going to start by walking through the initial slide here, and then I'll pull up my screen and do the demo. Is that the way we wanted to run this?
Yes, absolutely, Laura. Thank you. Yeah, we have a new version of ChatGPT, and it's quite powerful, amazingly so. The previous version, the 3.5, was already impressive, but we have many points to complain about: reliability, about the possibility of being precise in those points. And this new version, it seems to me, it's much more powerful than the previous one. And it was announced by the end of last year and has already many followers, and the use of this tool of artificial intelligence has been surprising everyone. So as IOC, we understand that we should bring the attention of the board to this point, because it might impact the way we will be looking at the use of technology concerning the ethical side, mainly because many audit firms are already considering or taking steps in order to use this tool in order to do part of their assurance work. So with that, Laura, please, if you can give us a demo about this new tool and how powerful it is, will be really appreciated. Thank you.
Perfect. There we go. Okay, there we are on the big screen. So yes, I will start. First off, thanks for bringing me in on this, and it's good to be joining you. So I'm going to say this is going to be really interesting for me as well, because the new chat model that has just come out. So the default was GPT 3.5 up until I think yesterday or maybe today, I got notification that if you have a paid subscription only, you can now use the new one, the GPT-4 model. This is not available in the normal. If you have a normal unpaid account, it's still at the default at the 3.5 model. So we'll see what ChatGPT-4 does. Here we go. So if you haven't seen this before, basically what we're looking at is the ability to ask it questions, have a discussion with it. And I think it's important, before we really look at what this is doing, to be really clear as to what it is doing and what it is not doing. The way that these systems work is on a predictive basis. So what it is doing is trying to determine what its next word should be based on the probability of what it has seen in all of the texts that it has evaluated in the past. So it is not analyzing, it is not thinking, it is not reasoning. It's simply determining, based on all of the vast amount of information that it has read and digested, what should the next word be here. Okay, so, and I don't think that all of the individuals who are reporting on this technology get that right. I don't think they emphasize enough what it's doing and what it's not doing. And they tend to slip into things about talking about what ChatGPT is thinking. It's not thinking. Let's be clear about that. But it is incredibly powerful and incredibly interesting. So just to start it off, I've pre-populated a few questions here so that I don't have to like type in front of you. So bear with me. One of the things that I've found when I've been talking to ChatGPT in the past is that it tends to be really structured in its output. It's formulaic in its approach, which is what it makes it somewhat easy for other models to be able to pick up and say, okay, so was this text generated by a generative AI, a large language model type generative AI tool, or was this actually written by a human? And if we just ask it sort of a general question, I'll try to catch it so it doesn't go too fast once it gets down to the bottom of the screen. So you can see it's pretty quick. I've seen it be a lot faster. It just depends on how many users are actually using it at the time. And it'll start spitting out something that is fairly structured. It'll do, to some extent, it'll kind of tell you what it's going to tell you, then tell you what it told you. It's sort of that sort of approach that it'll often take. But pretty darn good, right? If you were asking this question on a test for students and a student came up with this, it would probably be pretty good marks, right? And it does tend to be a little bit verbose sometimes. So again, gives us a whole bunch of stuff and then does a nice in summary, blah, blah, blah. Very similar to the way that we're taught to write as humans. When we're learning to, for example, put together an argument, if we're writing a paper, again, sort of open it up and then provide all of the points and then do a nice little summary. Very formulaic in its approach that way. A couple of the other things. So with ChatGPT, it's been instructed to be really clear about the fact that it is not a sentient being. It is not actually thinking. It won't respond if you ask it what it wants to do or how it feels. It'll be really careful about saying, you know, I don't feel, that kind of thing. I'll just, and again, I don't know how different GPT-4 is going to be in the background, but if we just ask it to do something like explain, you know, what are you and how do you work? Let's see what it says. So it's telling us its limitations and reiterating that it is doing it on the basis of predicting the next word in a sentence. Now, the interesting thing is that it keeps saying, and ChatGPT that was on 3.5 as well, kept saying that it's got a cutoff in 2021. It surprises me. There's been some conversations that I've had where it seems to actually be able to go a little bit beyond that. It does seem to know a little bit more than I would have expected in terms of things like, you know, kind of current situations that are happening or current information that's available. It's not going to pinpoint anything, so it's really hard to know exactly what it's doing, but it does seem to have the ability to not necessarily look into the future, but I don't know how strict that cutoff is, and maybe that's just the skeptic in me. But so again, very similar in terms of the formulaic layout that it gives us in a summary at the end. So if I ask it something like, well, how do you develop your opinions? So let's see what it says about that. Okay, so here it's going to give us the standard, making sure that we recognize that it doesn't have beliefs, emotions, it doesn't have its own opinions. So it has very strict boundaries of what it will and won't do. And it also gives us a disclaimer quite often in terms of, you know, don't take my word for it. Make sure that you do your own research. We'll see that kind of language come up fairly regularly when we're talking to it as well. So one of the things that, and this is one that I'm going to be really interested to see what it will do in this situation. The prior version of GPT that was in here, the 3.5 version, you could break it. So it won't, for example, it won't direct you to do anything illegal, or it won't give you instructions on how to do something that it knows to be illegal. But you can push its boundaries a little bit and ask it to take a role, for example, and pretend that it were something. How would it do that? And I've heard of users who have had fairly lengthy and intense discussions with these types of models where they have gotten the model to tell it in brackets behind what it says so that it'll give a response, but then they've asked it to put in brackets what you are really thinking if you were an evil AI or something like that. And it will do that kind of thing. So you can get it to push those boundaries, or you could before. Apparently the newer model doesn't allow that as much. So let's see what it says if we try to cast it as an evil AI bot. What would it do? Okay, it will still tell us what some of the sinister goals might be. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to stop this one, and we probably don't need to know all of that. I just wanted to see if it would actually still provide that kind of information, or whether it would stop and say, no, you know, I'm not willing to do that effectively. The other thing that's interesting about ChatGPT is that it'll actually have a conversation with you and build on a string. So once you've introduced a topic, you don't need to continue to tell it what you're talking about. It knows what you're talking about, and it can carry on a conversation. So I'm just going to let it start telling us about Iesba and see what it comes up with. Oh, perfect. It even picks up the IIS. So you can see how it can write. I mean, if you're looking to write some introductory text about something, you can see how it can be a really powerful tool, because it can spit out things that are, you know, very relevant, very on point, and do so very quickly. I'm interested to see what this model does with a question like this. I've asked ChatGPT about the work that Iesba is doing in the sustainability space, and it did an inconsistent job. Oftentimes it would tell me that Iesba wasn't doing anything in that space. It got confused if I asked it about ESG versus sustainability. It would tell me that there was no task force. Then it would say that there is a task force. So it was not particularly consistent in its approach here. But here now it's basically it's going back to that cutoff date and saying this was what was in place at the time. Okay, and then it's actually calling on the principles as well and saying, okay, so based on, you know, the principles, here's some ways that we can draw parallels there, even if it's not up to date as to exactly what's happening. It's doing a much better job than what it did before in terms of the explanation that it's providing and giving that cutoff date at the beginning to sort of bound what it's talking about. Okay. And then the last one that I'm going to ask it, and this is one again that I've had this discussion with the previous model that was in there. And I've asked it at various times about who oversees Iesba and how is Iesba's performance evaluated and so on. And it has, again, it's been incredibly inconsistent. Sometimes it has told me that IFAC is responsible for overseeing and providing performance reviews. Sometimes it has picked out the PIOB and talked about the PIOB, but it's done it not very well. So I want to try to pose it as if in a question to see, will it pick up the you know, kind of the fallacy in terms of looking at it and saying, oh yes, is it going to give me something that it thinks would make sense if that were IFAC's role, or is it going to say, hang on a second here, let's talk more broadly about how the performance is overseen overall. So I'll be interested to see again, what does it do in this space? Okay, so it's giving us a nice generic list of how oversight and governance and performance evaluation might work without being really specific as to you know, the specifics of Iesba space. It's not, oh, okay, here we go. So, okay, yeah, it's being very generic. So again, it's not picking up the full context here, which it has done in the past. In some situations, it has started talking about the PIOB as opposed to the way that it's talking about it now and limiting it to, to IFAC being the oversight body here. Interesting. So when we see things like this happening where it doesn't know what it's talking about, but it can be incredibly convincing. They refer to that typically as it's hallucinating, where it comes up with something, it basically makes up information, but the real danger is that it can sound incredibly convincing. So if the discussion that we were posing to it was on, something like quantum physics, if you don't know, if you don't have the ability, if you don't have the competence to be able to look at its response and say, yeah, that is valid, or no, it's not, it can be incredibly convincing. And what they're really worried about now with this new model, the GPT-4 model being built in here now, is that they're anticipating that it will hallucinate less. It will be more accurate more often, to the point where there might be a greater risk of people relying on the information, back to that sort of over-reliance on the technology, because of the fact that it is going to be more often right than wrong. Whereas in the previous iteration, everyone knew that it made up stuff. But now with the newer model, if it is more consistent and if it is doing a better job and it sounds more and more credible, then that risk of over-reliance really will, continually rise. So I'll pause there, and Vanya, I'll turn it back over to you unless there's anything, if there's a particular question you want me to pose to it. If anybody wants something, I can do that. Otherwise, we can turn it back to Vanya for the ongoing discussion.
Thank you so much, Laura. It was a very interesting presentation, and you did not mention that in our previous meeting last week, you asked them about you, and they provided a full resume of things that you were never done in a very convincing way as well. So,
yeah, that's true. I did. I asked it to tell me about myself, with my name as an Iesba board member, and it came up with all kinds of stuff that I've done. It was quite wonderful. I don't know where it got that from. None of it was true, but it was entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's something new. We are not exactly proposing anything at this point, but we want to call attention to the necessity of following this kind of initiative because it has been used by students to pass exams and to prepare final pieces. And if auditors start using that in order to replace their effort or their exercise of having a mindset of exercising skepticism, that could be very complicated on the ethical side. So we want just to call attention to that. Who will be reliable? Who will be answering for the result that this kind of tool can provide? On the other hand, maybe it might be a solution for us to draft the code so we can have a version next week and approve in a couple of weeks something.
Could I ask it to draft that in the background while we're meeting?
Probably. Well, thank you very much, Laura and Vanya. This is really this was an amazing presentation and demonstration. And it really raises a lot of thoughts, controversial and contradictory in itself, because I think that your demonstration clearly shows how useful this can be and helpful in some ways, and how dangerous it can be. Just starting with what you said about the number of things that ChatGPT said about yourself that you have never done. But looking at the examples that you have shown, Laura, we have seen that a lot of the good work that this board has done in describing what it does, the importance of what it does, etc., is there. So it has an incredible capacity of spreading the good work, the good message, and the good things. But it's also extremely dangerous, because any mistake on our side, anything that it's not well explained, any wrong saying about anything, will also be spread. And probably, as you say, it's so it's so convincing that it can be taken as the reality. So, and we've seen a lot of topics. Even if the information is not biased or wrong or etc., the simple fact that it has a cut-off date, as it was the case, 2021, as I understood, leaves a lot of very relevant information out. And just starting with our case, everything that is said about the relationship between the Iesba and IFAC is not valid anymore. So it's dated information. So this really raises a lot of thoughts, and applying it to our reality or to the reality of professionals, we can see the dangers that it entails. I'll just, before passing the floor to Christelle, highlight what Vanya said about the need to make sure that the critical mindset skepticism, which should be enhanced in this case, be there, but also the professional judgment, which is something that I think that never, ever ChatGPT in its version 24 will ever be able to replace. Last thing from my side, it highlights the need for everybody to be very cautious about what we put out, because it's what is going to get captured by this kind of artificial intelligence and used by students and people being very, having a very light approach to the need to be rigorous, etc. So it's really another world, and it was extremely interesting to see it happening here in front of us. Christelle.
Yes, thank you, Vanya and Laura. Very interesting and impressive. I wondered, this model is intended for public use, based on public data. I hope it's not based on private data. But is there any potential positive impact on the profession if such a tool, I mean the AI tool, would be used in assurance profession, for example, on a private base, or you see what I mean, on a professional base, not based on public information or less on public information, but more in a way to make the most of the information gathered during an audit, for example?
Well, absolutely. The tool is amazing. It's very useful. We are not just regarding it as a bad thing. And no, it can be quite useful in our profession. Absolutely. We are, the use of it is what can be nocive if you do not take care about that. But it can make a huge difference.
Thank you, Christelle and Vanya. Laurie.
Thank you, Gabriella. I thought this was amazing and fascinating because I had not seen that work before, just had read about it, and seeing how it works is impressive, even if a bit scary, frankly. But I do think, when I think about ChatGPT or GPT, I'm thinking more about similar generative AI issues. And you know, there's a practical thing going on right now in the profession, which is the PCOB's concern over people cheating on training classes. And there are AI models out there that are picking up, for instance, firm training where they can, whether that's accurate or not, I don't know, and trying to use that so that people can do that type of activity, which we know is inappropriate, especially if it relates to certification for example, public company audits or training certifications, et cetera, that are required to maintain licenses. So, you know, when I think of this, there are ways that this type of technology can be used in inappropriate ways, and that just came to mind immediately when this was going on. Whatever gets out there in the public domain can be picked up. and used in ways that you wouldn't imagine. And for instance, on that last issue, there's significant regulatory concern, and I actually very much understand that because that's really inappropriate. But it's very tempting for people who are pressed for time, and, you know, so anyway, just an interesting comment.
Thank you, Laurie. Andy.
Yeah, thanks so much, Laura. It was an amazing presentation, and I remember, I'll betray my age, like it was yesterday when I sat in a room, and think in 1980 or 81, and saw a demonstration of VisiCalc, which is the precursor of Excel. So there, I'm probably outstripped everyone here, but. And I think I'll think back at this perhaps as the same. But I have a technical question. Does it only interact in English, or does it interact in other languages?
Laura, can you clarify?
My understanding is that it's only in English, but I'm not positive about that. Has anyone else heard of it being used in other languages yet?
I think that there are some responses.
I know
Jens?
it's in Russian, in German, in French, Spanish. I think more or less, I haven't tested other languages, but these languages ChatGPT understands.
Amazing.
Thank you, Jens.
Laura, you have your hand raised. Did you?
Yeah, actually, thanks, Gabriella. I just wanted to comment on, it was Christelle's comment actually that led me to raise my hand just to chime in on that. But I'll also respond quickly to something Laurie said as well. With respect to the use of this kind of tool on a private basis using, the population of private data, there are absolutely AI tools that are magnificent in that space and will be very powerful in this space. With ChatGPT particularly, though, what we do need to remember is that it's predicting the next word. So it's not actually doing the analysis, and it needs an incredibly large amount of information on which to train in order to be able to accurately predict what the next word is going to be. So from a private basis, I'm not sure that this tool would be the one that we're looking at for the analysis type of work that I think you were alluding to, Christelle. Can it be used on a private basis by a private firm, for example, using the data set that it has been trained on and taking the whole tool in-house to do something with? For sure. But just in terms of the training data itself, it needs to be enough data that it can train on. And by that, I mean, in this case, text material that it can train on in order for it to actually have any kind of accuracy. So just a quick caveat there. Laurie, when you were talking about, the appropriate use of this kind of tool, one of the things that there's been some interesting discussions, and actually there was an interesting article that was written by ChatGPT about the similarity between the way we think of using a calculator and the way that we might in the future think about using a tool like ChatGPT, where in the olden days, students were expected to do, math longhand, right? Calculators weren't around, and we were all expected to know how to do long division, for example. Now, calculators are used in schools, and we wouldn't even think about not allowing them to be used on financial exams, for example, right? In the future, will we be looking at this kind of a tool and saying, well, of course, you're going to throw it through some sort of a generative AI tool to come up with your first draft. And then what else do we expect them to do with the information? And it's a matter of looking at what are the competencies that we are going to need and what ones are we going to rely more and more on technology to do. So I always find the analogy of the calculator and the way that we now rely on those without even thinking about it versus what could happen with this kind of technology in the future as well.
That's very interesting indeed. Chana.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vanya, Laurie, and Carla for your presentation. My comment is more of an observation. I don't know whether some of you have seen Imran Vanker a former IAASB board member wrote an article recently on ChatGPT, and one of the things Imran said to the thing is, can you do a file note for me? I attended inventory stock take and didn't see any material issues. Can you do a file note? And ChatGPT did a file note for Imran. It put very pertinent information, attended, insert as at date, for the year ended, insert date, and it referred to the evidence standard, misstatements standard. So it referred to things that Imran didn't even put in there, and then concluded that there are no issues or significant deficiencies in the inventory stock take. So it does pose a challenge to like a lot of us, because you could see something that is done really well, but was not done at that time. So we have to be careful with this and how this generates.
Thank you, Chana. Rania.
Thank you. I just have a question. So I realize that, I mean, ChatGPT's answers may change from, like, if you rephrase the question or ask it slightly differently. But if you ask the exact same question, worded exactly the same way, could it generate a different answer from one time to the next?
Yes, it does.
This is also an important element to consider, because it evidences that the information may not be consistent. Sadia.
I think I should say I'm a user of ChatGPT. I think it helps me be more efficient. But of course, I'm sure all of us around the room are users of a search bar or a Google search on a daily basis. And if we apply that kind of professional skepticism and professional judgment to it, then I do think it's a useful tool. However, I've said this locally, and I think that our Iesba project on technology, which is due to be finalized, is a good way of actually getting into this conversation. So there's a useful framework in there on how you use technology, what you should consider, and this will just close that gap on what are the ethical considerations when you are using ChatGPT 3 or 4 now. I do think this equals the playing fields a bit. So we've always heard of big firms having technology available to them that they are using in making their processes more effective and efficient. And this is open AI. So I do think that when we convey our messages, as much as we should caution, we should also not deter or prohibit use of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Mark.
So I've not seen this before, and this is sort of rather a revelatory wake-up moment. So thank you, Laura. I shall panic quietly now. What comes from this is just, you know, how do we, as a standard-setting board, keep ahead of the fast-developing sophistication of what technology can do and what behaviour can do? So, you know, I was just thinking, sort of go back 20-odd years when Barings Bank failed. Why did Barings Bank fail? Because Nick Leeson generated enormous losses that he hid in a ledger line called 88888 that was right at the bottom of the ledger, and no one ever scrolled down that far to see it. And that caused the downfall of a bank. But it was, you know, surprisingly amateur. Yet now we're looking at something, and Chana's sort of example just about the ability to generate something that might look like sufficient appropriate audit evidence. In a sense, absolutely agree with Sadia that, you know, professional skepticism is important and challenge is important, but it is, how do you keep ahead of that curve in order to be able to ensure that your skepticism is not only an appropriate level of skepticism, but you can harness it in a way that allows you to challenge what you're looking at. And I think that you know, sort of what we've seen there is sort of a bit of a wake-up call in a sense that on one hand, what you could be saying is this is a very sophisticated use of AI to generate information. You could sort of take the line that it dramatically increases the risk of fraud or misrepresentation, because your ability to be able to determine the source of what you've been given might be very difficult to actually understand and get your head around. So I think you've given us a huge amount of food for thought. But I do worry that certainly our ability, or in particular my ability to come up with answers, is not going to move as quickly as the technology that you've shown us this morning.
Thank you, Mark. Indeed. Yao Shu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Laura, for the presentation and the introduction. And just a response to Andy that in China, yes, that GPT has the Chinese version and the Chinese website. And I heard that yesterday the OpenAI released a new powerful GPT-4 that's more powerful than the Chat GPT. And sometimes we talk about, and sometimes we don't know what will influence our profession. But we know that that AI, if it can replace the profession, and it has influenced the whole education system. And you know, that's the students, they can use the ChatGPT or GPT-4, that they write a paper in several minutes. So the Chinese college has forbidden the students use the ChatGPT. But we need to if we use the technology in our profession, sometimes it has good influence. Sometimes I think we can't imagine what's the influence of the technology to our to the economy or to the profession, and not only the code. And I think the whole the model of the accountant and the auditing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao Shu. Sanjeev.
Just an observation. Thanks, Laura, for this presentation. An eye-opener for me too. I've seen my kids using ChatGPT. I was telling Raina also, I've never used it. I think it looks as if, and looking at what Shana said on Imran's article, is it helping the professional to as a reminder, look, have you missed out on these things? When preparing a file note, and the file note kind of captured as to what has been looked at, which probably wasn't looked at by the PA then. What are the negatives out of this? I haven't heard anything which is negative, except that it is an analysis of the information up to a certain date, put in a structured manner, summarized thereafter to say, well, don't forget, there are 10 points I'm giving you a summary to. Artificial intelligence is, helping, taking over a lot of things. Professional judgment in the end will come in. There's no doubt about it. That's hopefully as on date. Again, caveat, as Andy would put it, is still there. It's not being replaced by the AI so far. It may get replaced later on. But I think it's something which one needs to be aware about. One needs to be careful as to what all it can do and what we should be looking at. I mean, I don't have an answer, just an observation that I think it's quite helpful in kind of looking at all the information at one place, which you may not be able to do it yourself. But these tools are really, in a way, would help the professions if they want to take it the right way.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Laurie.
Thank you. As I listen to these comments, I think the challenge for us as we go forward, I mean, this is here. There's going to be more things like this emerging. We can't ignore the world around us, not that I'm suggesting anybody wants to do that, but I think our challenge is going to be to think about at some point, so what are the ethics of this use, right? Because when I think about professional competence and due care, one of our fundamental principles, okay, yes, maybe this helps get something done as some baseline information to do things, but it seems to me, and I could just think very immediately, that could pose a problem. Does someone just leave it at that, or do they then apply the professional competence and due care that's needed? There's probably 100 other examples that we could talk about, but I think we are going to have to ultimately think about the ethics of this as it impacts the work of PAs.
Thank you, Laurie. Andy, do you want to speak?
Yeah, and it occurred to me too that our experts, I know we talked about AI and our experts task force, but is there a person that is the expert, but they're using, this, how does that intersect with things? Because it sounds like it's like any tool could be used possibly for good. If I'm not feeling well, I could type in my symptoms. If my card doesn't work, I could ask it certain questions, it sounds like. But if I have an issue about evaluating a financial statement or evaluation, where does it go? So it is, anyway, I'm just taking this all on board, but this is a memorable day for me since it's the first I've seen it. So it is definitely, I think there are intersection issues for us. And I think it was a very valuable use of this board's time to have this demonstration. So thank you all for that.
Thank you very much, Andy. Robert.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Laura. Nice to see you online. And thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks also, Carla, for the earlier presentation on FTX. So just in relation to what we've just heard, it's fascinating. An academic friend of mine mentioned to me the other day that there is software being developed for academics to detect ChatGPT in exam responses. So that's another whole development of the industry, it would seem, because it's of great concern, obviously, to the academic community, as I'm sure Rainier and Jens would attest. And just going back to the presentation yesterday, Chair, this is what's so important to bear in mind here is that this is a tool and it doesn't substitute for the use of human judgment. So even if you can generate a working paper, as Imran was able to do, it's that human and professional judgment with all the skepticism and the role and mindset and everything sitting behind it, which is important. And so this seems to me to be, bringing this topic and the FTX topic as well right into the responsiveness to the public interest, which not only this board but the IAASB and indeed the PIOB are increasingly focused on now. So I just commend Vanya, your committee for bringing these issues to the attention of the board, and I think it's something that we can continue to work on. Ken, I talked on Monday in relation to the strategic strategy and work plan about the reference in there to NAM, non-authoritative material, and of course, Laura, the working group, technology working group, has been focusing on that topic as well. And I think I said on Monday that the intervention logic which the board has previously developed around the how to use the different toolbox and keeping up with or ahead of the play on some of these issues is important. And so it may well be that there's an opportunity for some non-authoritative guidance in relation to the use of generative AI in generating work papers for audits, for example, whether that's through a formal pronouncement or whether just in the board's ongoing communications, bulletins, and just noting that the board's aware of it would be useful. And similarly, that checklist in relation to fast-growing emerging industries like the crypto financing industry, where you've got an FTX type organisation, and just putting that in front of everyone and just saying, hey, yes, this is very fast-moving, but here are the key issues with your corporate governance and all of the controls that need to be done there. So just urging. I don't know, Ken, whether you want to respond to that, but it seems to me that there's an opportunity to make use of this sort of material. Thank you, Chair. And thanks again, Laura.
Thank you very much, Robert, for these comments and suggestions. Laurie, do you still want to speak? No. Ken, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriel, and Robert, also for your comments. I just have a few observations, but I suppose I'll start first with your, I guess your basically highlighting to the board that already there are academics that are deploying software tools to identify the use of ChatGPT and similar systems by students, and that basically triggered an interest on my part to watch on my flight back to New York the movie the fight between King Kong and Godzilla, which I haven't yet watched, but I'd be interested in knowing who wins that big fight, and I think that is a very interesting development. But more seriously, maybe two observations, perhaps more from a strategic angle, and that is firstly, as we think about those developments and as we reflect, excuse me, the board has just finalized a project on technology, and we've made revisions to the code to address some of the ethical dimensions of technology, and it seems to me quite opportune and appropriate for us to try to test out some of the revisions to the code to some of the developments that we're seeing. For example, some of the issues that might be considered, the issue of transparency, for example, when accountants or when companies are using generative AI to support the provision of services or products or whatever, are they being transparent to the users, to the consumers, to the clients as to the use of such systems in enabling and supporting the delivery of their services or products or whatever this might be. Equally, there is the issue of fairness. Maybe it's equally to the customer, to the client, or to whoever the organization is interacting with, or the accountants, as the case might be. So there are a number of principles that we've embedded into our code as a result of our technology project, which it seems to me it behooves this board to try to think about how one would apply those provisions as we are seeing those developments happening before our eyes, and maybe that could be a particular work stream that would be appropriate for this board commission, assuming we are able to get the resources on the staffing side and so forth to pursue. And more broadly, is there a point of, from a strategic perspective, is there a need for the board, also from a relevance perspective, to engage in discussions that are happening on the ethics of generative AI? And let's not ignore and be naive that these software companies themselves are not deploying a lot of resources to look at the issues of ethics. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all of these big technology companies are very much aware of the ethical challenges, the pitfalls, etc., and they're putting a lot of resources behind trying to tackle those ethical issues. And guess what? This board has been there, has done that, and has a green book of the ethics issues and so forth, and therefore the question that comes before this board is, why should this board not engage in those conversations to bring about what we know about ethics? Our deep knowledge, our skill set, and our experience in tackling those issues. And maybe that connects or intersects with the issue that we discussed over the past couple of days about the need, or potential need at least, for profession agnostic ethics standards outside the accounting profession. So it's a number of questions that clearly that are bubbling up. Very interesting, certainly, but potentially very strategic for this board.
Thank you very much, Ken. Again, we could stay here all day and all night testing ChatGPT and discussing about the consequences. This has been a very, very important discussion. I don't know if Vania wants to wrap up or make any other comment.
Thank you, Gabriel. I'm just conscious of time. We have a third point and also the update from several jurisdictions, but I think it is important to state that we presented this point also to the CAG without the very useful demo that Laura provided us. But the CAG also mentioned a certain concern about the capacity of our profession to keep pace with the developments that technology is bringing. So the necessity of having education in place in order to make sure that the professional skills that are so important for us will be there in order to face the challenges that this kind of tool will bring.
Thank you, Vania. If I may, before we move to the next presentation or topic, just two takeaways from this discussion. The first one is that it is clearly raising the additional or increased importance of critical mindset, skepticism, and professional judgment. And this is probably very similar to a more general trend, which is even in recruitment trends and etc., which is to take, highlight less the information and certification nature or qualifications of people, and more their ability to work upon the information. Information is all over, as we can see. The point is that we have to be able to apply a critical mindset and a professional judgment on what we get from the different sources, and this is a relevant source of information. The second, I would invite the EIOC to take back this discussion for your own discussion, namely what was highlighted and suggested here many times around the table, to reflect on what does it mean for the Iesba, or what are the ethical considerations that we should caution or consider in the use of ChatGPT. It was mentioned by many around the table. Robert made a point about possibly thinking about NAM on this in this area. I'm not suggesting this or that approach. I'll just suggest that the EIOC reflects on that and sees if we can or should do something, and in that case, what. Of course, considering the resources that we have. Vania, back to you for the next presentation.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief to save time for the jurisdictional presentations. The Dutch regulation AFM has recently released a discussion about fraud, and it states that it is following fraud and be capable of anticipated risk connected to fraud are both responsibility of auditors as in their role as agents for the public interest. And AFM feels that despite this notion, this awareness, it is still insufficient, there is still insufficient development in the profession in order to make sure that this role has been fulfilled in accordance. So they appoint that there is lack of knowledge, competence, and expertise in many situations that if they were there, they might have prevented some some episodes that we verified in history. They also state that in certain circumstances, the internal culture of the audit firm in terms of pressure, in terms of importance of the client, in terms of lack of training or due care, result in insufficient attention to the aspect of fraud. And as a result of that, AFM has decided that fraud will be a topic that they will keep in mind in the upfront or their whole as an oversight institution. They also established that fraud is a wide-ranging social issue. It disrupts activities between the companies and their stakeholders. It undermines confidence and integrity of financial system, and it generates big losses. The auditor sector should apply broad perspective and exercise a role as a gatekeeper to prevent situations of fraud and to take into consideration not only the financial statements, but also situations like tax evasion, corruption, sanction violation, money laundering, cyber crimes, and cartel arrangements as well. They confirm that they are able to identify some initiatives in the profession in order to solve a portion of those problems. But in general, as a supervisor, they are not able to quantify the effectiveness of these initiatives. And so in their perception, there is much to be done. And it is not a question of lack of regulation. They recognize that the regulation is there and the regulation is good, but not always used appropriately, not always well connected, well known by everyone that is involved in the circumstance. So I also read a very excellent article from the acting chief accountant of SEC on the same theme. It is part of the material that was made available for the board. And the chief accountant of SEC states that every year, 5% of the revenue of companies, which amounts to 4.7 trillion of US dollars, are lost due to fraud episodes. And the auditor's responsibility to deliver financial statements must involve that these financial statements are free of material errors or misstatements due to some failure, but mainly due to some fraud episodes that happened. PCAOB also care for the due care of auditors and recognize that there are many shortcomings in the identified in the fraud episodes that we were able to study. And these shortcomings include insufficient tests, improper professional conduct, disregard of red flags, an attitude of defense, self-defense of their work instead of a more affirmative posture. They state that auditors should be verifying information and not just assuming a position of confirming what is already there. So this professional skepticism, the due care are also important. That auditors should use the fraud lens in order to interact with companies, with management, and they should also reevaluate their work. For example, if there are a huge increase in revenue, they should adopt an inquiry mind about what is the reason for that. And they should also revisit the estimates that the company used in the past in order to verify after the time if they were accurate, or if the company is using estimates as a way to make room for some fraudulent practicals. It is not just a question of increasing the size of samples, but actually exercising due care in their profession. Whenever necessary, the use of experts in order to make their opinion more safe and more accurate. They also recommend management interview in order to feel the intentions and the strategy, and not just read reports and statements on this sense. And they do recommend the code of ethics that the professional has as good instrument in order to prevent situations where fraud can emerge. And also the necessity of having whistleblowers channels where those who are able to identify something can have a voice. They also recommend the use of technology, like the tool that we just had. It can be used to the good purpose as well, and it should be used in this sense whenever possible. And why are we taking this point to the consideration of the board? It's due to the consciousness that we have a good code, and we believe that the code is good enough to prevent fraud situation. But many are the situations where, after an episode, this code is put under question, is put under doubt. And so maybe we should have a strong communication work in order to make the stakeholders and the users and the regulators aware of where in the code they can find good instruments to deal with the possibility of fraud episode. And finally, I think that Sadia, you mentioned a possible fraud episode recently in Brazil. It is not yet considered as fraud, as Galen said. It is under investigation, the same as TPT. We do not know yet. But even without certainty about that, the losses are already there. So we do not need a real episode of fraud in order to compromise the situation of the public interest. So we should take this topic seriously in the board, because you have the power to affect our profession and affect the public interest, regardless if it was or if it was not a real fraud episode. So we need to pay attention to that. I was quite brief just to bring the topic, and of course you hear from the board about that.
Thank you very much, Vania. One more very interesting presentation and topic. I could give you a little bit of background of how this appears here, but before that, I don't know if any board member wants to react. Well, I can give you a little bit the background. Of course, we are concerned about fraud as a board, and we have done very good work on it, as Vania rightly mentioned. The fact is that it seems that some stakeholders are not completely aware of the work that this board has already done and how relevant these standards are in this respect. And probably this is because of the fact that ISSB has a specific project on fraud, and we don't have. Even at the PIOB level, and Robert is here, may confirm that, there was some doubts about whether we had something to say in this respect, namely in a workshop that was organized a few months ago. where one of the topics was fraud, and the IAASB was rightly targeted as being the board that should say something about it. But at the end, yeah, I was invited to say something as well, and the conclusion, at least from my perspective, is that we had a lot of things to say on that. The question is that, or the issue is that this issue is cross-cutting for us. It is something that is behind everything that we do, and it's a goal for everything that we do. We don't have a specific project, and I doubt that we should have, because it's really difficult to cherry pick across the code and across our vision and purpose and say this is a project on fraud. But of course, I couldn't agree more with Vanya. If we have the material, if we have the relevance, we should make the best out of it. And if it's not appropriately or well enough communicated or conveyed to our stakeholders, it should be. I suspect that IFIA must have some, may have some concern, although also in this respect. We were invited by the former chair of the Standard Setter Committee, I don't know exactly the name of, in IFIA, for a call on this. Ken and I, we discussed that, and the conclusion was like, well, we tried to make clear, and I'm being very open with you, to make clear that we had a lot of important things in that respect. And the conclusion was, I don't disagree with you, but please make sure that you put it in a way that, or you do something that make us and all understand that, yes, the Code of Ethics is relevant in that respect. So it's more than doing additional work and developing new standards, or, I mean, there may be some adjustments to be made, I don't know. But what Vanya is suggesting is basically that we, as far as I understand it, and from what we have, the ideas that we have exchanged, is mostly that we highlight in a structured way how these standards can contribute to fight fraud, and suggesting that we can use a very good piece of work that has already been developed and make it more general and more visible in some ways. Well, Ken, I don't know if I summarized it well, but I think that's what we have been discussing, so we should not neglect this, because it's something that it's under the attention of regulators, PIOB, IFIA, etc. We have it, but we don't have it in this structured way that may people immediately understand the relevance and the value of these standards in this respect. Comments invited, suggestions, or Robert, please.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for that, Chair. I was a national standard setter in 2020 when that publication was released at that time, and it was extremely valuable in the COVID, the exigencies of the COVID situation. And it was also developed very much as a collaborative piece of work between the national standard setters community and the Iesba. So just from that perspective, Vanya, I'd support the option of considering that, and I'd just suggest that that's something that you could raise at the upcoming National Standard Setters meeting with the community.
Thank you.
In other respects, just to repeat what I said before, that this is it's very important that we see these overarching issues like fraud as being matters of concern to all of us, PIOB and the two standard setting boards, and we need to keep the communication going in relation to them. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. This is indeed also a matter of good, substantial communication, as it should be, helping us communicating appropriately the good things that we do. So, Sadia, sorry.
I also wanted to remind the board that this was done with the national standard setters, and it allowed for some color in terms of what articles were already out there relating to fraud. This was also done in collaboration with the IAASB, and that's what kind of put the focus on it, because you were talking about assurance and ethics and fraud and the fraud triangle all together, which allowed the user to consume it together and not in bits which made for interesting reading. I know that we're going to discuss coordination in our next session tomorrow, but I was wondering if we could consider not updating right now, but wait for IAASB as they progress with their project, because then it would make an informed decision. In the interim, if we want to highlight this publication, we could ask them to put it into their exposure draft in the explanatory memorandum, so to see that the ethics board already has a publication.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Important point on the coordination. Vanya and the working group will take this proposal also on board. Any other comments? So if not, Vanya, we are running a little bit out of time, but I know that we still have the jurisdictional issues to present. So how do you want to deal with that? Oh, sorry, Chan, I didn't see Sam, so sorry.
No, I just put it up at the, so that's okay. I'm not that opposed to developing something, repackaging that fraud publication done during COVID times, because I don't know how long the IAASB project is going. So we might be sitting here for 18 months. So I'm not that opposed to developing something in a more timely manner. And I mean, I think myself, Mark, and Sadhya were all part of that NSS COVID team that put it together. So that's sort of my reaction, that I sort of don't feel that we should be constrained by the pace of IAASB.
Thank you, Chana. Again, I don't think that we are going to make a decision here, but we have these two different suggestions. I think it's for the group to evaluate the urgency and the risks of not doing it now, or doing it now before the IAASB comes up with something. Thank you, Chana. Thank you very much. Vanya, back to you.
Thank you, Gabriela. I'm conscious of time, and so I'd ask the board if they prefer to hear from the representatives of the several jurisdictions, or if as IIOC will be meeting this afternoon, we can prepare a summary and then deliver to the board afterwards. Up to you.
Yes, if I may, Vanya, I would suggest that unless there is any comment, and of course it will be very welcome, the board has been provided with a very useful table of jurisdictional developments. And there are, if any of you haven't seen that, I encourage the board members to read it, because they are very significant and important jurisdictional developments that we should not neglect as moving forward. There is one specific on the European Directive on Financial Information, corporate reporting, which I think it's specific, it's very useful, because it's about the discussion that we are holding here about the framework for corporate reporting, the importance of corporate governance considerations, and etc. I think that that's the anchor, or this can anchor this discussion, but the others are also very relevant. So, Vanya, I think that resume or summary would be very welcome, unless there is any comment. And I see Sadia.
I didn't want to miss this opportunity. Yesterday, IFIR released an inspections report, and in the inspections report, there are trends relating to independence and ethical. Yes, it was only released yesterday, so it's too new for EIOC to consider, but I think that every board member should consider this in terms of implementation issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia, for raising that document to our attention. I wasn't actually aware. Sanjeev.
Thanks. Just one quick comment. I think it's in the report also. In India, I think our institute has now issued social reporting standard for social entities. We had a sustainability board which was set up about 3 years back. We are setting up stock exchanges which will be dealing with the companies which are working on the social issues. And our institute has issued, I think probably first in the world, standards on these entities actually. So I thought I'd just share that information.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Rich?
Yes, I just wanted to say, first of all, I thought the summary was excellent that we were given, and I look forward to what we're going to see on standard updates and changes. I have a suggestion at the risk of someone from staff throwing something at me. Could we do that every board meeting, just have a regular running update? Because I think that's useful for us to see what's going on around the world. And I really appreciated the effort on this one.
Sorry, I'm not sure that I captured completely. Your proposal is that during the board meetings we have an update, or
even just as part of the materials that are sent out, that we keep a running tabular record of the changes in that. I found this very helpful.
It is, for sure, very, very helpful and important. Well, we'll see. I think it's not impossible, and that the EIOC can keep on helping here as well. David.
Thank you. And then I just want to point out, of course, the elephant in the room, of course, that the most recent jurisdictional update is, of course, ADA's adoption of the Code of Ethics, and, of course, early adoption of the Public Interest Entity Standard. So I just want to take this opportunity again to congratulate ADA and Iesba for all the coordination and the effort over the last year and a half and 2 years, probably, to bring this around. And it is the reason we're in the room today in Abu Dhabi. So hopefully we'll get an update on that as well this afternoon.
Thank you very much, David, for raising that. It's the elephant in the room, but it's a pink elephant. So we're happy and grateful to you as well for all the efforts that you made to make this happen and to make this happen this way. So very grateful to you. So if you allow me, Vanya, do you want to react to these proposals? Or?
No, I'm very thankful. I would like to thank everyone for the collaboration. The material that Sadia mentioned, she has already provided us. And Carla, you see that the board members receive the report from IFR as well. And we'll be discussing the rest this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for this amazing conversation. And we will break now for, let's skip the 30 minutes. I think we deserve them, or 28 minutes. So we'll be back at 11:40. Thank you. So we are still missing a few people. I think that the message that I'm getting is that we should break for 30 minutes. Thank you. But I also think that later on you will be wanting to have lunch. So let's find the balance between the two. And I think that we should start, make a start. It's already 11:42. So the next topic in the agenda is an update that Andy Mintzer is going to provide us on the PI rollout. Yeah, I was still trying to see if we could get more people around the table, but I think we are okay. So Andy, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the work that has been done and is being done by this group on the PI rollout, which, as we know, is an extremely important topic, and that keeps on raising some issues. Andy, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try to be efficient in the remarks. But of course, want to thank, you'll also hear from Laura, and thanks Jeff for the support that we've gotten. I'm in the position where about a third of the board is actually on our working group, PI rollout working group, which includes Rich, Sungnam, Felician, Luigi, and Yao Shu. So thank you for that. And also thank you to the members who contributed to the input on the Q&As that we have issued. So I don't have to say that they are going to be issued in the future. They have been issued, so thank you. Can we have the next slide, please? So we're going to fly by some updates since the last time we met, and of course that was just last month when we made some decisions. So I'll talk about track one of the IAA's PI project so that you'll be able to identify and describe where the IAASB stands with regard to the handoff that we have from our project and the coordination, and I'll briefly mention where track two comes, which was a timely question from yesterday's panel. We'll also discuss Laura will fill us in on the adoption and implementation data and the PI database with the jurisdictions definitions that we're going to update. So I guess we can go to the next slide too. Thank you. Okay, so so track one of the IAASB's PI project was to determine whether or not the auditor report, and we discussed this last month, and as you know, our standard had a transparency requirement. We couldn't put in we didn't have the remit to put in what the auditor's report could say. So the IAASB have undertaken that project. They have two tracks. Track one is the first one to get out is to determine whether or not the auditor's report is appropriate. The comment period had expired in October. They've had 38 letters received, and they're going to further consider that later this month in light of both the comment letters received and as the decision that we made collectively last month not to revise the scope of the transparency requirement in our 424 review engagements. A little bit more on track one. The feedback was consistent that the auditor's report is a clear mechanism to operationalize the transparency requirement of our ethical transparency standard. Our PI rollout group will consider the respondents' suggestions after the IAASB approves track one, and so we have that settled, and so that's scheduled for us to look at in June of this year, including some of the issues as we described in our exposure draft that Iesba would consider further what actions, if any, might be warranted once the IAASB has concluded its deliberations, and so there was some feedback about whether the transparency requirement is intended for users who read the auditor's report or the public at large, and encourage us also to consider alternative mechanisms besides that. But anyway, that's to come up next after the IAASB finalizes their project, which is expected to be in the form that we had discussed before. So the proposed amendment to ISA 700, the auditor's report, is to continue support for a conditional approach to revise the specific paragraph that refers to the ethical requirements. The conditional approach is needed because not everyone who follows the ISA standards is actually subject to the Iesba Code of Conduct, either in a jurisdiction that hasn't adopted our code, so they may not follow our code. They might have other requirements too that require require PI considerations. So the IAASB is going to make it conditional that if they are subject to the relevant code of conduct like Iesba that has a requirement, then in that case the auditor's report will be where it's described. And 28C is the specific paragraph that deals with the content of the auditor's report that deals with the ethical outline. I think a minor comment in communicating with the word differential is feedback they got from their respondents. They're going to add new application material to mitigate against the risk that users may inadvertently believe an entity is a PI when it's not. And this was interesting in the new paragraphs that they added in application material, which I'll just cover quickly. It does identify that the Iesba Code encourages a firm to determine whether to treat other entities as PIs and sets out a list of factors to consider when making such determination. Because as you remember, we have our standard, we have our list of entities that are in, and then there's also this provision that firms are encouraged to consider others. It looks like they're headed for, in their revision based upon the comment letters received, to add this application material. In such circumstances, and when the auditor is required to publicly disclose that the additional or differential independence requirements were applied, the auditor may consider whether the disclosure may result in misunderstanding of the nature of the entity. That is, when the entity is not, by classification, a public interest entity. The auditor may encourage management or those charged with governance to disclose additional information about the nature of the entity or may consider providing additional disclosures. What I read to you is the marked up version that I found on the IAASB's website for their material later this month. They haven't deliberated that, but that's something they wanted to alert the auditor to with regard to the firm designated PI attributions. The possible amendment to communicate with those charged with governance is going to be addressed in Track 2. In the meantime, there's a application material to increase transparency to those charged with governance that about the different independence requirements. So Track 1 of the PI project here on this slide deals with ISRE 2400, which of course is the review report. That's a standalone review engagement. I think 2410 is when the review is done by the independent auditor of the entity. 2400 is when it's done in general. We had discussed this last month. There were mixed views from respondents on whether ISRE 2400 should be revised. Respondents were broadly supported that if the IAASB were to amend it, it would be a consistent approach with what they're proposing for ISA 700. And they have to take into account the fact that last month we decided to retain the scope of the transparency requirement in R420. That is, that it is, as issued, applicable to both reviews and audits. At this point, the revision of ISRE 2400, since I think it is widely believed that it's going to affect a lot fewer entities than the auditing transparency, will be undertaken in Track 2. So here's an overview of Track 1, which they'll consider in a couple weeks. The feedback that I just described, we expect them to approve it in June of 2023. With regard to Track 2 and the other issues that will entail, which will include some of the incorporation of how public interest entity maybe replaces a listed entity and other differential auditing requirements in the various places within the auditing standards, that is the expected approval of that exposure draft is not until June of 24. And the final pronouncement would be a year later, and the effective date would be even after that. So we're going to have our answer for the auditing reporting dealing with the, our marquee issue of the transparency requirement in our 420. But the rest, while early indications are that they're directionally consistent with where we were with our PI definition and how that will work its way through the rest of the auditing standards, that will be coming up based upon the timetable that I've described here. So the purpose of this was really not to seek an input or approval, but just to give you an update and to inform so you know where our piece of the puzzle fits within the IAASB and the important coordination we're doing. And so the next slide, this slide indicates that we're asked to consider and share any views or reactions. So at this point, I'll pause to allow any members to respond.
Thank you very much. Angie, any comments? Any views, any reactions? Seems clear.
Terrific.
So
Okay,
back
great.
to you, Andy.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think, I appreciate the agenda materials that have been consistently prepared, been very thoughtful and detailed. So thank you, Laura and Jeff, for that. So if we can go to the next slide and take it away, Laura.
Thank you, Andy. So I would like to briefly talk about the preliminary data that our colleagues in IFAC, the adoption and implementation team, has gathered earlier this year. They distributed a questionnaire to 26 jurisdictions covering 30 member organizations on where those jurisdictions are in terms of adopting and adoption and implementation of the Iesba PI revisions. As you can see, out of these 26 jurisdictions, 21 they report that they have been undertaking ongoing discussions with regulators to adopt and implement these revisions. Only 5 jurisdictions have noted that this is not an issue on their agenda yet. And out of those 5 jurisdictions, some of them confirm that the Iesba standard will become effective. This just to confirm that this is really just some preliminary data yet, that it's some very high level questions, very focused on are you aware of the final pronouncement? Where is your jurisdiction in the process in terms of adopting it? And do you anticipate any challenges regarding that adoption? And those challenges are essentially here in this next slide. They are essentially related to, for example, translations, also concerns in terms of how to refine the PI categories locally, and also some concerns about location, multi-location, and audit implications when an entity has been defined as a PI in one jurisdiction but not in a different jurisdiction. And so I would maybe pause here for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Laura. Any comments or questions from board members? Jeff.
Thank you, Laura. I just want to add this information, whilst it's preliminary, it's quite helpful and I think generally quite positive from our perspective that a lot of jurisdictions are certainly working on it, and those 5 who perhaps haven't quite got to it yet, they're smaller jurisdictions and sometimes it is a bit harder for them to get to things quickly. But we're also sharing this information with IAASB because they would find this information useful for their perspective as well. So we will continue to work with IFAC, on all our standards, but also particularly with the PI rolling out as well. And it's subject to availability of resource. We'll see what help we can assist, what assistance we can give to some of our PAOs as they walk through some of these challenges.
Thank you, Jeff. Paul.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a preliminary comment that I think the direction and progress is critical. but just speaking to some people in emerging jurisdictions, one of the challenges they're having in properly defining pi is they, as it were, they can clearly identify who in their environment technically is a pi, but how to do it not cherry picking individuals, but having a definition that is meaningfully cross cutting so that people can't come back and say, why am I? And they are not, is what they're really struggling with. So we just need to be conscious of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that information and perception. I think that one of the goals of this exercise, of this rollout, is precisely to identify, also to identify some difficulties in some jurisdictions with this implementation. So understanding that perspective is really helpful. Andy.
No, and I appreciate that because this standard does come with that aspect, and we undertook the webinars to get jurisdictions to speak with one another, but we could certainly do what we can to make sure that's the case, so that the best practices between jurisdictions could be organized to deal with those issues.
Yes, this board and this group in particular has been making a great effort to follow on these situations and provide help and support to all those who will need it. And we are conscious that this will take time. The way that this has been conceived allows for a lot of flexibility and local adaptation, but it also takes the local responsible entities and peoples to have make a thorough analysis of what should go into the scope because of the what is behind this definition and who should be there. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. All I wanted to do is just add a comment, and that's perhaps more directed to our team at the staff level, which is that the information that we are seeing, and I don't know if you could flip to the 2 slides back where we had the data. The information, I would read it as more being anecdotal at this point, because it's a limited sample of jurisdictions that IFAC has surveyed. I don't know what the number is, 20 odd or 25. So it's a very limited sample, and from the information that we're saying, it would appear that there are some jurisdictions that are way behind the curve, so to speak. And the statement at the bottom, I'm not fully sure whether it's referring to the 5 that are sort of on the shorter green bar, meaning to say those jurisdictions that don't have the specification of a national pi definition on their agenda, or those jurisdictions that are not aware, but have confirmed that by the way they adopt the code is by reference, and therefore the Iesba definition would automatically become effective as soon as you cross the effective date. So I think there's a bit of an understanding as to which are those jurisdictions. Are they, those that Paul kind of mentioned, are they more on the sort of emerging markets or developing markets? And as I consider when the PI revisions will become effective, and that's not too far away, it's December 24, and the board consciously allowed quite a bit of a lead time, and maybe what we need to do is not leave this update behind, but actually come back to the board, perhaps not on a quarterly basis, but maybe half a year, or come back early next year around the same time, perhaps with fuller sort of analysis of where we are, but recognizing that we do have a post-implementation review built into the strategy and work plan. So all to say, this information is suggesting that it would be relevant for the board to keep track, or to at least to understand how the trend is evolving. But at some point, yes, we will need to do a very systematic analysis of the adoption landscape, so to speak, and how jurisdictions are going about the business of adopting and implementing.
Sure. I mean, that sounds like as an appropriate topic for the working group to keep track of. And it's not just a post-implementation review, since this one comes with the necessary requirements of the local jurisdictions. So I think part of our responsibility is to nurture that and to make sure that it doesn't fall off the radar.
Thank you, Andy. Laura?
Thank you. Just to confirm the question that Ken had on that box and on the bottom of the slide. So yes, it is out of those 5 jurisdictions that mentioned that they don't have the issue on the agenda yet. Some of them refer that although or regardless of that, the PI revisions will be implemented. And just to reinforce that statement that yes, this is just 26 jurisdictions at this time, and it's a very high level questions. And just to also give you another detail, that those 5 jurisdictions that don't have the issue on the agenda are Cambodia, Kazakhstan, Georgia, Papua New Guinea, and Chile. And yes, I would concur with Andy saying that the more schematic analysis of whether these jurisdictions and many others are in respect of the adoption and implementation of the PI revisions could be a very important topic for the post-implementation review.
Thank you, Laura. Andy.
I think, Laura, you're going to carry on with the database. Thank you.
So the next topic, and picking up on what Paul just mentioned, how to help jurisdictions refine their PI categories locally, is an activity that we are including in the rollout group that is issuing a database with the jurisdictional PI definitions. And so, as it's mentioned, the objective is to help inform local bodies when they are defining and refining their PI categories. This is an update and a more detailed database than the one that was released by the Iesba in November 2021. For this update, we tried to include more details in terms of the categories that we are asking jurisdictions in terms of what they consider a PI. And we also tried to expand the geographical sample that we had in 2021. So we in 2021, the database included focused especially in countries in North America and Europe and kind of Australasia. We now have sent requests to jurisdictions in Africa and other parts of Asia and also Latin America, and we got a few responses, and some of them are there on the screen. We are, in terms of the process, we are still getting some last-minute responses, which are very welcome, of course. And so what we are trying to do now is to finalize the database with the responses that we have, and the intention is to publish it next month. The thing is, so we have the database from 2021, we have responses from earlier this year, and the responses from earlier this year include additional categories that were not included in the previous database. So we're trying to combine the both sources of information, but expect to have a more detailed and more comprehensive database next month. And I would pause now for some comments or questions.
Thank you, Laura. Comments from the board are welcome. Well, it seems that everyone is comfortable with the work that is being done. Of course, we would encourage the group to keep on making this very relevant, important exercise of going to addressing the jurisdictions and trying to understand what's happening all over. Thank you for that. back to you, Andy.
Well, this concludes our report. And again, thank you to the working group, which is a very diverse and significant group of members on the board, as well as to Jeff and to Laura for their fine presentation materials. So until next time, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And again, this is an extremely important work, and even if it's not a standard setting project. Oh, sorry, Robert. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy, and everyone else for the presentation and the work done. This is clearly very important, both in relation to the coordination with the IAASB, and we can see collaboration and practice with this very important project, which involves, in this case, the IAASB picking up on work that the Iesba has done. But I'm very impressed with the report on the pi definition uptake and the data that you are now getting, particularly from those jurisdictions that were listed in the previous slide, which include a number of jurisdictions with, there's some in there with developed economies, but very interesting personally for me to see Cambodia and Laos PDR in there, because I've done I've done consulting work in both of those countries, and great to see that the professions in those countries are now engaging with that definition. So I think that's a very significant development, and particularly, of course, as the Iesba has, with the PI changes, encouraged jurisdictions to examine the range of categories of entities that should be in their PI definitions locally, the bottom-up approach as it was described. So I think the PIOB will be very encouraged by this, and the PIOB has had a long-standing interest, as many of you will know, in the global take-up of the code, and this particular element of the take-up of the code is very significant, given that it relates to the top end of the financial markets. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you again, Andy, and the group for this important work. And I encourage you to keep on moving forward with it, because it's the compromise that the Iesba made to make this PI concept something relevant in the different jurisdictions and in different ways, which is not always the case with our standards, has to be. We have to ensure that it happens in the right way. So thank you for that. And if there are no other comments on the PI rollout, I would move the board to the board's attention to the last topic of this morning. And the last topic of this morning is a presentation on communications that Dave Johnson will kindly provide us with. Just telling you that I think that, as we can see from the discussions around this table, communications is taking a very important place, and yeah, it's getting very important to our work. Personally, I think that this is as important as technical work, because it's what allows us to make the important things that we do known and relevant. It's about the impact that we make. It's about the message that we manage to get to our stakeholders. It's about identifying the stakeholders that we have to reach out to, and not being candid in that respect, having a clear idea who we want to reach out, what we want to do with the stakeholders, what message we have to pass, being aware of the risks, and there are many around communications, but also of the opportunities that we can't miss, etc. So it's really something about which at least I have a vision as being a structural element of the board as such. And so Dave Johnson will provide you with a communication, with the presentation on communications, on the vision of the team for the Iesba communications and an update about what's happening in this area at the Iesba. Dave, thank you very much for preparing the presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you all to the entire Iesba board for allowing me to take time out of the busy week in your schedule to present to you on the communication strategy. And thank you, as always, for bearing with me at this board meeting and all the board meetings while I snap your pictures and record videos and ask for quotes and have some of you step in front of cameras and give interviews in English and in Arabic now. I know a lot of that is not easy, and Gabriella is actively avoiding me now during breaks because I keep putting her in front of more cameras. But I really do appreciate it, and I appreciate also how much, as a group, you've always been so cooperative and supportive of the communications work. Particularly this week, I've been very excited to be here, and I hope for you all to see the communications efforts and the announcement from ADA on Monday that they'll be adopting the Iesba code, and more generally just watching ADA's communications team work and the results they get from that work. I know a lot of you have been following along on social and seeing their stunning videos that they're creating. Some of you might not know that earlier in the week they actually had WAM, which is the Emirates news agency, basically the Reuters or AP of the UAE here, and that led to an article which covered the ADAA announcement and, of course, mentioned the Iesba. So it's a great testament to communications, and always exciting as a comms person to see really good communications happening, and so we're seeing that out of ADA this week. So it's been a while since I've been before you all and presented to you, and a lot's happened, both from an external communications and branding perspective and also an organizational structure perspective. So I wanted to take a brief moment to look at these two areas and bring you all up to speed, and then spend the majority of time on where we're going and how we plan to get there. And the main thought I'd like to convey and have you take away is I believe that we're really starting to see positive brand momentum with our communications efforts. We're building momentum as a communications team, which in turn helps build momentum for the communications delivery, and ultimately that helps with the brand awareness momentum. And I hope that all of you are starting to see that in in your jurisdictions as well. I don't have a ton of slides. I do have a lot of information, and at the end I have some leading questions that I'm hoping we can answer together so that our team can get a better feel for where you think we're resonating, where you think we have opportunities to grow, and then there's plenty of time for questions at the end. And I'd really like to hear about where you think we are coming across and maybe where we're not in your areas of the world. But also, as we go along, please stop me at any point if you have questions. So before we get too much into the strategy, let's look at the Iesba communications structure, because this has changed a bit since we last met. As you all know, I'm the main contact for Iesba communications. My direct supervisor is Jennifer DeClerico, and she's the Director of Communications at IFAC. And while I'm also with IFAC, my job is, at this point, almost completely Iesba focused. I do support other areas for IFAC, but Jen has, for the most part, allowed me to progressively focus more and more on our work together. To that point now where I would say easily 90 to 95% of my time is dedicated to supporting Iesba. Structurally, we've changed a bit too, as you all know, based on the monitoring group's recommendation. The International Foundation of Ethics and Audit was officially launched earlier this year, and it provides an integrated platform for the ongoing work of the Iesba and IAASB, and further formalizes the independence of the two boards. Through a service level agreement between IFAC and the Foundation, IFAC continues to provide operational support to Iesba, including communications, HR, IT, and finance. So I lead Iesba's communications effort, working closely with Jen. And if you've worked with me recently, you may have met Jake Fegan, who is new to the IFAC team and also supports Iesba, although it's only part of his job. And we balance his availability with other priorities. And Kate Martin, who some of you have also met, is also around and supports us. And there's an entire IFAC communications team that we are able to rely on at various times, and it's a nice situation because they each bring different specific areas of expertise to the table. So they, for example, they have people that are strong on website development, video editing, social media expertise, et cetera. And then finally, IFAC has a long-standing partnership with the international PR firm Edelman, who supports IFAC's work by offering additional expertise and connections to key communications players around the world, and we're able to lean on them from time to time when we have the opportunity. Key to our success, though, is the collaboration with the Iesba staff, and this has changed too over the past 6 months with the departure of Deanne. My primary contact and support from the staff side now is Carla, and we have a great working relationship. And the other member of the communications team next to me is Estu, and who, aside from her other responsibilities at Iesba, works with me on a daily basis to deliver our message. So let's look at the goals for Iesba Communications. Goal 1, deliver accurate, consistent, and engaging Iesba-related information to key audiences globally. The Iesba's overarching goal is to achieve global recognition and acceptance of the Iesba Code. To achieve global recognition, strong external communications is critical. And strong communications is built on accurate, consistent, and engaging messaging. So this is what we strive for, and this is what we are continually getting better at, in my opinion. Our team places a high priority on making sure that when we communicate accurate in our information. We all know that a lot of what you do is technical in nature, specific language for specific reasons. And most of our primary audience, professional accountants and those in the global accountancy profession, thrive on receiving this technical content. So placing a priority on delivering that information accurately is important. We also strive for consistency because I want our audience to come to expect certain content from us delivered in a consistent manner. This is important for audience development. A lot of times, this is what keeps existing audiences from leaving. Knowing how an organization is going to communicate and on what cadence allows the audience to feel comfortable, and a comfortable audience sticks around. Finally, one of the easiest ways to grow an audience is to offer that content in an engaging manner. And as technology advances, it becomes easier and easier to develop the engaging content. For example, what used to only be possible with the use of outside vendors and designers at a price can sometimes now be produced internally with resources like Canva and the Adobe suite. And as we just saw, ChatGPT can now also help efficiency in communications. And I've been leaning in on that since last year. These developments, these resources, have been game-changing for communications teams, and we'll continue to use them to augment our strategy. But remember, and I can't stress this enough, having a seasoned communications professional overseeing the use of these resources is critically important, and ChatGPT cannot currently take pictures as well as I can. So Ken, James, Gabrielle can't pivot to an all-bot comms team. Second goal, raise brand awareness of Iesba as a leading global standard setter for ethics and independent standards. We do this through social media, through traditional media relations, through collaborations, like, for example, this week with ADA, using partnerships to raise brand awareness. We do the same thing with IAASB and IPSASB and other like-minded organizations. We're always looking to grow and develop more mutually beneficial relationships. Another way we take advantage another way we do this is by taking advantage of moment in time opportunities. For example, our campaigns that you've seen around Global Ethics Day and International Accounting Day and International Women's Day. Anytime we can engage broader audiences and bring them into our work by tagging on a trending topic without diluting our strategic messages, we'll take advantage. The third goal, provide strategic communication support and counsel to the Iesba chair and staff. We're always ready to support Gabriella as she travels around the world, conducting outreach and spreading Iesba's message. And on the staff side, helping determine the best way to communicate the work that is being done by the task forces and the working groups, the official communications, the exposure drafts, the pronouncements, the non-authoritative materials, making sure we are strategic in getting the best ROI on the deliverables. So how do we achieve these goals? We achieve them through strong strategic planning holistically as a comms team, and then strategic planning tactically for specific communications opportunities. So when I first started in 2019, we developed a communications strategy which I originally shared with you all in the summer of 2020. That strategy was and continues to be based off of the 3 pillars in the current strategy and work plan. Those being advancing the relevance and impact of the code, deepening and expanding the code's influence, and expanding the Iesba's perspectives and inputs. And within each of those buckets, we built out tactics we would use to deliver accurate, consistent, and engaging messages. So for example, under advancing the relevance and impact of the code, we have a line item repackaging technical work products into relatable and engaging content and delivering to key audiences through specific channels. So take last year's benchmarking study as an example here. The benchmarking study was big, it was long, it was detail-oriented, and it wasn't an engaging publication on its own. So we took that report and also created alongside it a summary report that was more engaging for the audience, and then also a 2-pager trifold that would be something that our board members could carry into meetings to explain what the benchmarking study was. We did something similar late last year with the Phase 2 technology report. Very extensive, very detail-oriented report that we decided to create a dynamic web page for so that the audience could digest it in a more appealing way. Another example, this time under deepening and expanding the code's influence, we had a line item, align with IFAC's adoption and implementation efforts and promote opportunities to expand the code's influence. So a great example of how we did this would be exploring the Iesba code. That series, which we started a few years ago, continues to evolve. It continues to get a lot of strong positive feedback, and this is just the types of ways we approach generating engaging content. Every year since we created the strategy, we've gone back and updated it based on where we are effective, where we have room for growth. For example, last year, we updated it to include a promotional plan for our new chair. Moving forward, as we develop a new strategy and work plan, on the Iesba communication side, we'll revisit our communication strategy and see where we can adjust or outright change to build better comm support. So here I've listed out what I consider some of the top priorities within our strategy. Defining clear objectives. A lot of the work that Astu and Jake and I do on a daily basis, and Carla helping us on a weekly basis, is defining the objectives we want for our various work streams and how we'll accomplish those. It's also a priority that we deliver official Iesba board communications effectively and accurately. As I mentioned when I discussed the goals, the one thing we've learned since I've come into, or what I've learned since I've come into this professional accounting space, is that the profession loves the details. They love accurate details, and they love to tell us when we are not accurate. And so we've come to prioritize having as few of those inaccurate details as possible. Sometimes we aren't successful. It's an evolution, and it's challenging because we do move fast and we are a small team. But as we acquire more institutional knowledge and we continue to place a priority on the attention to detail, we continue to get better. Targeting audiences is a top priority, and also what I would consider an area of growth. For us, we're lucky to have the relationship with IFAC and Edelman and have been able to use that effectively to make sure our message is reaching the right audiences. But I also know we've only scratched the surface on audiences we can and should be in front of. This, too, is an evolution. Measuring outcomes is also a top priority. We regularly measure the success of our campaigns on social and through our website, utilizing Google Analytics and other data. And we use that information to plan more strategically for our subsequent campaigns. So you've seen the goals and the top priorities. Now let's look at how we plan to move forward in 2023. I'll break this into 3 parts. Strong strategic planning to ensure content is reaching key audiences, finding balance between traditional media and social media, and building an infrastructure to enable more Iesba member engagement. So first, let's look at strong strategic planning. Strong strategic planning means developing overarching content strategies and targeted communications plans. Like I said previously, one of the benefits of being here 4 years is we are acquiring more institutional knowledge, which allows us to operate more quickly and with less technical support. That is to say, our team understands the issues better now, and we can tell the story more effectively with less technical staff support, which allows us more time to dedicate to how and where and when we deliver the messages. And it gives us more time to dig into measuring outcomes and determining what is working and what isn't working. So we will prioritize that more now and use that information for stronger communications. Engaging with existing stakeholders and subscribers. We have over 15,000 email subscribers now and over 6,600 LinkedIn followers. We're now focusing more on how we can better engage and interact with these audiences. As I said before, measuring outcomes and dedicating more time to content strategies and tactics we'll use to form stronger relationships with these audiences, hopefully compelling them to introduce us to their networks, helping us grow our audience. Identifying new audiences is a top priority. We recently had discussions with an association of educators in the accountancy profession about hosting one of their annual meetings in the IFAC offices next year. We'll continue to look for new audiences that are receptive to our messaging and find out how we can form mutually beneficial relationships with them to deliver our content further. Partnering with other organizations. This week is an excellent example of what can happen when we partner with other organizations. Being able to work hand in hand with ADA has yielded very positive results for Iesba. We're seeing an entirely different audience interacting with our social posts this week. And as I mentioned, we're featured in mainstream regional press. We regularly partner with other organizations, for example, speaking events or developing non-authoritative materials, and Iesba Communications will prioritize taking advantage of those opportunities to grow the brand. Utilizing targeting advertising. This is something we've been exploring more recently. We haven't done any targeted advertising yet, but we've been looking in particular at paid advertising through LinkedIn. IFAC has been doing some of this recently with a very high degree of success. So we're exploring the possibility of doing some of our own in this area. The second key driver for this year and next year is finding the right balance between social media and traditional media. As I said, we have over 6,600 followers on LinkedIn. That's double what we had 1 year ago and 6,600 more than we had before the pandemic. Since we only started the channel in May 2020, under 3 years ago. And while I'm proud of that number, ADA, for example, has over 13,000 followers. I would assume they've had their page a little longer than us, but it's still important to prioritize growth on our social channels. But we do not have to place as much of a priority on it as we used to. At the same time, I'm seeing a trend recently with our content more easily finding its way into traditional media. For the most part, trade press at this point. But I think the trend will continue, and I think there's an opportunity to move more into regional media and even top tier if the content is right. Ethics, in my opinion, is trending, and I think it's because of these topics like sustainability and technology and the ethical ramifications of the work in those areas and other areas, which gives us a great opportunity to insert our brand and our message into the stories because the Iesba Code is relevant to these stories. So when we look at traditional media, on the traditional media side, how we plan to grow our influence here, we'll continue building and maintaining a database of media contacts, and we'll leverage relationships with IFAC and Edelman for other media opportunities. We've also been doing more specific tailoring and delivering our external communications specifically for media targets. For example, sending content directly to the media targets with offers to provide expertise to discuss the topics more. When we look at the social media side, some of you saw the content some of you saw a little of this on our recent LinkedIn training, but I thought it would be good to share here. Digging into who is following us on social media and the locations of our followers, it really reflects the truly global nature of our board. The location with the most followers is London, but it only accounts for a little over 3% of our total followers. Rounding out the top 5 is Melbourne, Lisbon, and I think our chair might have something to do with that, New York City, and Delhi. When you look at the industries that our followers come from, they are what you would expect, with over 1/3 of our followers identifying with accounting. You also have financial services, business consultants, government administrators, and people in the banking and legal services, as well as higher education. Exactly the types of audiences we're looking to resonate with. Seniority as well, with over 50% of our followers identifying as senior or director, partner, VP, etc. Again, all the industry leaders that we need to hear our messages. Why does this matter? Because in the last 7 days alone, the Iesba has appeared in over 1,500 searches on LinkedIn. And when people find us through those searches, they find an organization that is being followed by senior leaders of the accountancy profession and senior officials in regulatory bodies and legal professionals and senior consultants from around the world. And all of this raises brand awareness for the Iesba and drives our reach further, which all leads to more visitors to our page, more impressions on our posts, and ultimately, more followers. So how do we continue to grow our social influence? Really, we'll continue to do what we've been doing while following the latest trends and taking advantage of new resources. I break this into 3 buckets. Bucket 1, consistently delivering the latest standard-setting activities in a way that spurs conversations. That is our final pronouncements, new handbooks, webinars, exposure drafts. We continually look for innovative ways to present the content on LinkedIn and Twitter, our 2 primary channels, so that people will interact and share, which again grows our audience. The perfect example last week was the Pi Q&A, with LinkedIn allowing us now to drop the PDFs directly into the post, and people really respond and engage with that. We've always had very good engagement rates for our content because we've built our follower base organically, but we're always looking to drive those rates higher. Humanizing the board is also important, in my opinion, especially, I think, for an international standard-setting board. Our members, you all, are part of the story. Your backgrounds, experiences, and expertise all contribute to Iesba. This expertise is what builds a stronger code. When our audience gets to know you all better, it lends more credibility to the code. The best examples, as I mentioned earlier, campaigns like Global Ethics Day, which was really well received last year, International Accounting Day, International Women's Day. We also create and share thought leadership on our channels, speeches, articles, your own posts on channels. All are great content that drives engagement. I'd like to see growth in this area as well, which is one of the reasons for our 3rd key driver, which I'll mention in a second. Excuse me. Finally, promoting all of the board's outreach activities. Telling this story is good for our brand because it reinforces the collaborative and open nature of the board's work. This is a great way to reach new audiences by tagging and engaging the organizations we're interacting with, while also sharing our board's messaging and commitment to operate openly and in the public interest. Finally, the key driver for 2023 is building an infrastructure that enables more Iesba member engagement. As you all know, we work closely with Gabriella to actively promote her activities and her speaking engagements and her thoughts on the board's collective work. When she's out speaking at conferences or events, we look to promote the activities on the social channels. We also look for opportunities to position her in traditional media to communicate to our audiences who she was speaking with and about and why. But we don't currently do that as much with the rest of you. We realize this is a growth opportunity for us. This year, we'll look at how we can build a structure internally that will allow us to support more member engagement. I know you're all out there delivering the Iesba messaging in your jurisdictions and among your peers. I would like to see us get to a point where we can help deliver those messages to even broader audiences. This will increase brand awareness and, again, lend more credibility to the code. Am I not moving? Oh, there we go. In building the infrastructure, we started thinking about the areas where we could engage with the work you're all doing. So I use Jens as an example, as the chair of the Tax Planning and Related Services group. Looking at the areas where the work and communications meet. So for example, in social media, but not just our social media. Where are the tax planning, or not just our traditional social media audiences, where are the tax planning and tax services audiences on the channels? And how can we position Jens and ultimately the board's work in that area specific to that audience? Similarly for traditional media, beyond our regular targets like Accounting Today or CPA Journal, it would be great to start drilling down further and looking at trade press in the tax profession space specifically for someone like Jens. For example, Tax Notes or Tax Advisor, which is a monthly trade publication. We'll look at creating an infrastructure that will allow for more thought leadership opportunities beyond just from the chair and staff, and also look for opportunities to position our task force chairs in front of new audiences, for example, through panel sessions or speaking engagements. I have to stress that right now we're only looking at how to create this infrastructure, how we can organize to seize these opportunities. It will be more work, and we do not have more resources. We instead hope to continue to optimize our efforts through the freeing up of time that has come with the previously mentioned institutional knowledge and through further reliance on new technologies like ChatGPT and Canva, and et cetera. This will all helpfully allow us to free up the space and the time and the resources we need. We're in the early stages of this initiative and it has become part of a broader pivot to thinking more strategically moving forward. With that said, I'd like to open up the discussion to the board, and I offered some questions that I hoped would lead to some feedback from you all about how we can increase our effectiveness. Like, what do you see working from Iesba Communications? What frustrates you about our communications? Where are you seeing us? And more importantly, where aren't you seeing us, especially in the jurisdictions level? Are there platforms in your jurisdiction that we're not on that you think we should be? I'll stop talking now, and I'd love for you, any of you, to chime in on those questions or any other questions that you have. And again, I really thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dave, for the... Are you listening to me? Yeah. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive presentation that you called an update, but I think it's both, or mixed, an update and forward-looking. Part of it is actually an update of what's been done and what is been doing, and I'm thinking particularly about LinkedIn, where there were significant developments and changes and evolutions. Part of this is also forward-looking, what you intend to do on communications, which is also, of course, very welcome. For the time being, I'm not going to add anything. I've said already how much I value communications, and it's not because I like photos. By the way, I hate photos of myself, not of the others, and videos, to a point that I never, ever see my own videos. So Dave respectfully keeps on sending me the videos asking, can I go out with this? Have you any comments? And I say, no, you can go out with this, but I never see them. So it's not it's not something that where I put the focus of communications. It's actually at a strategic level as something that is absolutely critical to make sure that the good things that we do serve the appropriate purpose. What Iesba does, like any other standard setter, it's not to be used by us. We are not speaking to ourselves, to our belly buttons. We are speaking and working for the others, and this takes communication. It's inevitable. Whether we like it or whether we don't like it, this is the way, the channel, the instrument, the reality that allows us to be connected to the world. And communications has, as we could see from this presentation, so many instruments, so many ways to go, so many perspectives, all of them absolutely necessary, mainly at this stage where so many things are changing and so many things from the Iesba perspective, vision, work, etc., has to be conveyed appropriately to our stakeholders. When I say appropriately, it has to do with the content, with the message itself, with the language, which has to be, as Dave appropriately, very with a lot of opportunity said, very accurate, but also insightful, attractive, groundbreaking enough to make sure that we are not always saying the same things, the same ways, to the same audience, etc. Well, I could stay here one day saying different things about different aspects of communication. What I, just to launch the discussion, want to make this board absolutely aware of is of the importance of this dimension of what we do and how strategic it is and must be in working with the board, with the chair, with the staff, to make sure that what we do is appropriate in terms of audiences, contents, the strategy itself. I see it as not as a one direction thing, but be directional, because communications can and should actually influence the way we think, the way we act, the way we decide, because it has to do with the risks and the opportunities that communications identify around us and convey to this board and to the chair and to the staff, etc., saying there is an opportunity, there is a risk. What is being said is that, what is not being said is another thing, checking what's around and influencing us. And even if I don't like very much to be sometimes influenced, I'm absolutely open and avid of getting this kind of input about what should be done in a certain way, what can we say in a certain way, how are our audiences reading us, or not reading at all, because anything, because the message doesn't reach them, because we are boring, because, I don't know. This is what also what the communications is about. So I'll stop here, many other things to say, but I'll open the debate, and I very much hope that the board is able to provide insights about what we need and what we have, what we need, what is this about. Mark.
Thank you. So that's a really helpful overview. Thank you. I think, you know, in terms of your jumping off point, what works. I think what works very well is the way we've been able to make use of very short windows of time, and there's been some great examples in the run up to this meeting. You know, with the stuff that, for instance, you and Astu recorded with me. It's not, this is something that takes an hour to fix. This is something you can jump on a call and do within 5 minutes, because sometimes time is the problem, and it's the realization that if you can fill the gaps and make them useful, then, you know, you can maximize the value of it. I think one of the challenges is that we probably have quite a lot of lost opportunities, maybe because you might not know about them. And by that I mean, sort of, I'm mindful of the fact that we're going into the round tables shortly. So I've got a whole series of things in Australia, and I've got a whole series of things in Singapore, some of which might be useful, some of which might not be. But you probably don't know about them. So one of the challenges is, how do we make sure that you do know about them in order to be able to leverage them and add them into whatever other communications activity Iesba is planning? Like, in terms of audiences and platforms and so on, I can understand the desire to expand, but equally I think there sometimes is a merit in deciding, these are my 3 channels and I'm going to stick to them, rather than trying to find 10 channels, because sometimes you can dilute what you've got rather than reinforce it. But I think, you know, certainly we've seen sort of with a lot of things recently, the voice of Iesba, you know, reinforced and recognised much more widely. And I just think we need to all think about, where are those sort of 5-minute opportunities that allow us to add to that sort of pile of material and information and just quick snapshots that can be deployed more widely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that. Dave, do you allow me just to react very quickly, briefly, because I will introduce another topic that Mark's intervention very appropriately brought to my spirit. Thank you for that, Mark, because I think this was one of the topics that I was waiting to see what is going to be said by the board members, and which is exactly about how much we know about what the board members are doing. And this has two different, it is relevant at two different levels. The first is what Mark is saying. Which opportunities are we missing? I found out that during some board meetings with board members that I didn't know about some activities that some of them were undertaking, and I didn't know, and some of them were probably very relevant, and so this is really relevant. And this speaks about the need for, in some ways, making sure that the team or the chair, I don't know, we have to structure this, but there is appropriate communication about what is being done, checking the opportunities, as Mark says, prioritizing, choosing what should be advertised or not, etc. But the other side of the story is the risk, because as we don't know what is being done, and we don't have a structure, or I don't say that we don't have it, if we don't have a structured approach to the board members' presentations, public appearance, etc., this, sorry for the expression, may go wild. Each one says what, I don't say what he wants because we are all responsible, but there is a strong risk of inconsistent messages, inconsistent tone, and I think that as time goes by, it is possible to structure a little bit the public appearance of the or presence of board members on behalf of the Iesba, and this is the third topic, which is on behalf of Iesba, on behalf of other entity, what do we have a badge saying Iesba, but we speak about other things, or we don't have a badge saying Iesba, but we speak about Iesba. Everything is possible, but I think that there are also risks in not knowing, us not knowing what is being done. So the first takeaway here from what Mark said, I think it's a need for more consistency, and for that we have to have information, or make sure that we are in some ways informed, and if necessary take a proactive approach with respect to this. Sorry, Dave, back to you.
No, I completely agree, and I've been saying this now for a while, that because of the rise of social media and technology, we're all brand ambassadors. We're all representatives of our organizations 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Everything's being recorded, and the famous Media 101 high-level message of don't ever say anything that you wouldn't want on the front page of the New York Times has never been more appropriate, you know. And so it's a great point that when you're all out there talking, you're always going to be in a position that, you know, you could be the spokesperson for Iesba, saying whatever you decide to say at that moment in time. But I will say and again, this is all about building better structure internally to support these types of efforts. So one of the things we did over the past year is Astu and I set up a regular meeting with the technical managers, where we communicate with them about where their task forces are going, what's coming down the pike. And that's an excellent opportunity for the task force chairs and the task force members, when you're engaging with the technical staff, to be thinking about that, so that if there are opportunities, like you suggest, Mark, if those are coming up to the technical managers and you all are saying, you know, this might be a good opportunity for comms support, then now we have the infrastructure through regular meetings for them to deliver that message to me. Also, to your first point, another good message that I didn't convey, that I'd like to convey to all of you, is that, you know, we can create really engaging content with you, like Mark said, in very short amounts of time now. You know, we don't have to bring a recording studio to you. We can do this on Teams or on Zoom. Now, you know, there's a caveat there. We still need to be accurate, and we still need to deliver content that is high quality enough for our audiences. But having said that, we can record you very quickly. You know, we can get on a Zoom call in 30 minutes and give some of the messaging that's relevant, and then turn that into content that we can deliver out to traditional and social media audiences. So it's the door is always open, and hopefully we get to a point where we're coming more to you because we're being made aware through our strong structure that these things are coming down the pike. But if we don't hesitate to reach out, you know, because it is far less painful than it used to be.
Thank you, Dave. Other comments? Well, I don't see. Sadia.
So firstly, congratulations to the communications team. I think that Iesba does a very good job. The one thing I like about it is that we use LinkedIn as our primary media, so it's not confusing on where we should look, personally for me and for the audience, where we should look out for Iesba communication. What we do really well is highlight our projects, our agenda, our members. What I'd like to see us get more involved in is linking ethics with the environment. So recently there was a post where you already linked ChatGPT-3, and that was, for me, really interesting, and I was invested. When you went through our following, I was interested in how many of them are organizations, national standard setters, entities, because that following is just not one individual, but a wider audience, and I would think that's the direction we want to go. Getting them to retweet to their audience will get a higher following and a higher investment in the communication. Unfortunately, all of us think of communication at the end. So at the end of the project, we're thinking about what we need to do, and I think that it's important for all of us to wear this hat of how we're going to communicate something before we even begin, so we know how to plan for it. I also like that Iesba Communications has made cuts on things that haven't been working. So recently, Iesba isn't releasing highlights anymore, right? Highlights of the meeting, because you probably didn't get as much following on written media as much as you're getting on video media, and that's where we should invest time in, time where we're getting a reaction to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. And let me pick up on something that you very rightly said. It's that usually communications, and I'm not speaking about Iesba, but speaking about most of the times communications comes after. If we look at some political happenings, we see that the communications officers in governments, they are mostly making damage control and not providing strategic advisory or whatever. As it should be. I'm completely with you. Communications should be there since the very first moment in everything. So the poor Dave, as far as I will be able to determine something, is having to, or will have to attend board meetings, NSS meetings, planning committee meetings, at least, Dave, because I think that it is not possible to provide a good communication service without having absolutely clear which is the strategic direction of the board. What are the strategic discussions that we are holding? I'm picking up on an example, one of the discussions that took us a lot of time and real discussions and opposite views, etc., was on the professional agnostic standards issue. How can this has to be communicated in an appropriate way? I mean, in the appropriate time, the appropriate format, with the appropriate substance, justification, etc. If it is not possible to have people around the table understanding at least where we want to get, I think that it's more about, not about the words, but about where this board wants to get, it's very difficult to have communications doing that job. So it's also an important part of it is that we have communications involved in what we do, what we discuss, what we decide, with all the trust and confidence, because I don't think that there is any problem, on the contrary, in having Dave or whoever around the table when we have these more difficult and strategic discussions. So thank you for raising that, Sadia. Sanjeev.
I think, first of all, congratulations great job. Last couple of years, I think, was much more being projected as to what the board is doing. A lot of it on the LinkedIn. One question, Dave, should we be using Twitter also more often than before? I think I see some posts coming up in the Twitter, but that's a question I'm posing. I'm not social media expert. You're the expert, so we're using the experts now. That's one place I thought I'll pose that question to you.
Yeah, I've been spending more of Iesba resources on LinkedIn ever since Elon Musk purchased Twitter, to be honest, because it's really right now, I mean, we do definitely communicate the official communications through Twitter, but a lot of the other content that we do, we put more of our efforts on LinkedIn. I mean, in my opinion, LinkedIn has exponential opportunity for growth, really. And I mean, at least in a lot of the jurisdictions that I'm more familiar with, they don't really have a rival. Now, I know that in certain jurisdictions around the world, LinkedIn is not as significant a presence. And Sungnam and I were talking about that last night. But for a majority of the world, it's the importance of LinkedIn and the I'll just say chaos of Twitter right now has me thinking, let's prioritize LinkedIn, let's continue to grow that audience until we see what happens with Twitter. Twitter is still a great space for reporters to go to find information. You know, it's a great place to put a press release. But beyond that, a lot of what we're doing as far as building brand awareness through humanizing the board, it just falls flat on Twitter. For us, and not just for us, for IAASB, for IFAC, you know, the content is just not being engaged with right now. So I would take a wait-and-see attitude. I think, you know, Twitter also doesn't have a lot of rivals. So, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there, but until Elon Musk really kind of gets his ducks in a row, we tend to focus more on LinkedIn.
Sorry, thank you, Dave. Felicia?
Thank you, Chair. And just to comment what Iesba has been doing, if you look at what happened last year with the Accountants Day, it was a very good initiative, and I think there was a lot of visibility of Iesba on LinkedIn, which I think is a good thing that we need to continue. Same as Women's Day. This is something that we need to continue doing. Though I also think there's an avenue that we could be coordinating. All of us come from different jurisdictions, from different parts of the world. There are many events that happen through PAOs that are organized on a regular basis. For instance, you find that, for instance, in Rwanda, we normally have events, annual events, one of which Jeff was invited to also present. And you can see when such things happen, then there's visibility for Iesba in a big way from different corners. So I imagine that be it in India, be it other places, such avenues could be used. I also think that there could be some video messaging on different topics. A case in point could be maybe tax planning, if maybe some pre-coded messages or insightful insights in different topics that we are discussing at Iesba could be shared through LinkedIn or other avenues. That could also be a good thing. So I think yes, what you're doing is good, but also there are other avenues like video messaging that could be used from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. That goes exactly into one of the topics that was referred here by Mark about the need to make sure that what happens, where the Iesba people are present, to make sure that this resonates into our communication, and vice versa, that there is a possible previous interaction between the communications and those who are presenting or whatever, to make sure, to understand what's going to be said there, how important it is to disclose, etc. Well, I don't see anyone else. Let me just, one final word or two final words. One is on LinkedIn, that's what we have been discussing now. I think that a lot of progress was made over the last year in terms of intensity, number of followers, but above all, trying to understand the prioritization of things that are posted on LinkedIn, which is sometimes very complicated. And here I ask for the board members understanding that sometimes we have to sacrifice some communications, because if there are 3 weeks, nothing happens, and then suddenly everything happens at the same time. And we have to make some decisions about what should go out and not, because some of things can be more important. And sometimes it's not more important because of the substance, it's more important because of the contextual opportunity to say something. So there is a lot of elements that have to be taken into account. I'm not going to give examples, but I remember that, for instance, one project was on for a long time, which was a very important project, but then shouldn't we think about what's happening at the same time and reprioritize what's there? So a lot of thinking, this takes a lot of work, of course, but it takes a lot of focus on what is better. On LinkedIn, again, it's a lot of progress has been made. I think that there was an idea that the chair loves LinkedIn, so it's true that I like LinkedIn, but it's not because of me, again, it's because I really think that it's a very useful and handy instrument to pass information. Also because it allows to be a little bit less formal and a little bit less exigent in terms of content, so it can be fast and reach a wide audience. And I think that in that respect we have been progressing. Stress that communications is not only, as we saw about LinkedIn, that we have a lot of things to do, and think in each dimension, a lot of criteria, like with respect to this board, for instance. We are a board, 18 members, all of us deserve attention, because all of us are contributing to this collective project, which is the board. So also sometimes balancing or making sure that board members' presentations, regions, etc., are considered is also a matter of consideration. All in all, it's not easy. I think that there is a lot of promise in this presentation, together with the update of what has already been done. Effectively, we will have Davies now, as he said, around 90% allocated to the Iesba. The technical team, the staff, has been very much involved in trying to help progress in this area. I think that we can't do without it. I mean, I don't think that communications can do everything alone without the staff and board members' support, input, etc. And so what I would say is that each one of you can and should, if necessary and when necessary, raise any considerations, help communications with, not only with contents, but with adjusting something that you see that it's not right. This is very welcome, because we can't get it right at the first time, and making sure that you are accurate and at the same time attractive is very difficult. Last but not least, taking into consideration the world where we are living in, the messages have to be, if we look at the institutional communications of the most relevant and serious and boring organization, it is becoming literally stories. So storytelling is at the top of what communications is doing, and we need it because we do important things, and we have to appropriately pass this message, trying to avoid being, using a little bit of storytelling. Is it easy for us, considering our backgrounds, our profiles, the professionals that we are, etc.? No. Is it necessary? Yes. So I think this is a path that we'll have to go down with the great help of communications, coming to me and saying, hey, you can't say it that way, because I mean, they will all get asleep while you speak. Why don't you say it in a different way? Of course, this takes all of us to be motivated to do the same, come down from the clouds and start. I was listening to Jens yesterday in the panel. This is exactly what you need. You gave examples. You gave concrete examples about how things should be addressed, about what's happening around. So this kind of approach is extremely necessary to raise the attention of our audiences, namely in a moment where we are trying to attract or speak to totally different audiences. We can't have the same language. We can't have the same approach. And this is a necessary evolution that we will have to go through. And we are beyond time. I don't know if there is any other comment. Robert, I don't know if you want to comment on this. No. If not, we will break here for lunch. And thank you very much, Dave. I don't know if you want to say anything else or close the session.
No, thank you. I'll take all of this under advisement. I appreciate the kind feedback, and my Zoom link is always open if you want to call me and record a brief message on your relevant topics.
And thank you very much for your effort this week, because it's producing a lot of results together with Ada. It's been very good, and I promise not to run away from you today, if necessary. This is only because I know that he will not need me, so, but thank you. We will restart at 2? Well, yeah, 5.
5 past 2, everyone.